Oops. Didn't think about any of that stuff today. It's fine. Morning. At this spend yesterday, I watched a movie with Emma, and it was fun. And then we were gonna do Pirate Yakuza, but then I ran out of energy, so I ended up going to sleep. But the movie we watched was Black Widow, and it was pretty good. Okay, so we're going to head over to the gated community, and we're gonna keep sort of going on it. At least that's the plan for now. Happy spring. Happy spring. Thank you very much for the raid. We do very much appreciate. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. Happy spring. There, happy spring. Hello. I,
You're amazing.
uh, um, I did do my intro thing. Hopefully you're having a good day. Yeah. Thank you very much for the raid. Hopefully you had fun. You love adventures. That's good. I'm glad. Um, I take it that yeah, I'm not. I don't see Zomboid as something that you played last. So I'm gonna guess that you play other games, which is interesting. It's kind of cool. Um, but yes. Um, I like frogs. Hopefully you had a good stream and make sure to get self care. Oops, I forgot that I was pulling zombies. But Chels, you've never played zombies, but you found me through Molly. Molly's great. There's a lot of folks that are amazing. But Chels, today I'm a bit more hoarse than yesterday. Hopefully it goes away. But yes. Currently, I am in the process of racing in this Great Spiffo Rat Race, which is a fancy little challenge that Mr. Lamprey created. It's like this one. There. Like cooking new creatures and adventures. Okay. And I mean, a palette can be an adventure as well. And, you gotta figure out different flavors. But yeah, it's been fun so far. I've been having a blast with it. Outside of being a little sick from last week, it's still kind of sticking to me, and it won't stay away. But that said, I am good to go, kind of thing. Hopefully, you're having a good day. I seen you like Mad Libs. I haven't seen Mad Libs in a long time. They are interesting. Yeah, it always sucks and it always sticks for longer than you want it to. I don't want it anymore. I'm good. I've had enough. I've had my fill. I'd like it to go away now. But you know. How you do that? It's a silly kid game for a redeem. Yeah, but it's fun though. I used to like those. I used to get them as little pamphlets when I was much younger, and they were fun. Put an adjective here, put a noun there. Suddenly you've got a different story, and it's great. Our current goals are right now to siege down the gated community of Riverside. So I'm in the gated community and working my way through. It's just it's gonna take some time on build 42 mechanics because we're not high enough level to ignore the mechanics yet. At some point in the future, that we will be able to. Just not yet. No, you are. That's good though. I'm glad we had a good stream. Yeah, I like the sounds of the zombies getting smushed. The sounds are the biggest thing in the game that drew me in. Having the fun. There's a lot of repetition in this game, and as a result, it's kind of like a mixture of The Sims, RuneScape, and Stardew Valley in a way. It's got that kind of farming kind of vibe that kind of resonates well. It's one of my favorite parts of Zomboid is that it is that you're building your skills and that you get to see your I see none of them. Twitch, hit them again. Oh, I mean, they can get back up. It's called reanimation, and it doesn't happen too often. But I've got a little tracker on my notepad where I write down when they reanimate. We're up to 15 reanimators. It's really cool. I like reanimators. Because it doesn't happen all too often, but it happens sometimes. Especially on these settings. Because the zombies we kill can reanimate too. Means you gotta be a little bit more wary on when you're making piles like this. I forgot to wave. I can wave now, but I just forgot to wave. I'm still getting used to having that ability. Like, being able to move my arms and stuff. The goal will be to live in the gated community later on. Musical. Yeah, I can live anywhere I want, but right now we live on a beach and in a barn, so upgrading to a mansion in the gated community would be kind of nice. It'd be a nice upgrade. Unfortunately, the house that I was going to stay in is an event spawned there that burned it down, so I don't get to stay there. But I was going to be living in this house here, but it's burned down, so I can't. Well, I mean, I could live there even though it's burned down, but it's like, nah. I don't trust burned down houses. You don't trust stairs? That's fair. Well, we'll get a wellness here in a moment. Here's a future update. No, this one is this is a mod. All it does is it makes this window smaller. That's all. So as you can see, it just goes there, and it's also got a little lock so that I don't have to constantly be when folks ask to see my skills or something like that, because then this window kind of comes up here, right? I kept having to grab this and put it back in the corner. So to avoid having to do that, we allowed this mod. It's convenient, it's nice, and that way I keep it open at all times anyways, so it's just for screen real estate, that's all. Just because I want to have more of my screen open. So, what's the total like for this? So the total is here. Rat race. So essentially, it is a race that Mr. Lamprey is hosting, where we all play on the same settings with similar mods. You could play with less mods, but like I mean, we play with similar mods, right? And the same settings. And the goal is to get 3 impossible objectives completed. The 3 impossible objectives are kill 1 million zombies, secure 12 churches around the map, and clear out 1 military outpost. And then finally, have a perfect character. A perfect character is like all the levels. You need to max them all. I've not heard of anyone doing perfect character in build 42 at all. Like, so, but in build 41, I've only ever heard of on 1 times XP of a very few people completing a perfect character. And I have never made one myself. I got close, but I never made a perfect character. My character was 2 years, 11 months, and almost everything was maxed except for aiming and some of the combat skills. I was just a few days away from that reloading stream I was gonna do. Oh darn. That's a lot of zombies. Yeah, it is a lot of zombies. 1 million. But it's not, it sounds like the biggest thing in there, but in my opinion, making the outpost is bigger. Because in order to clear out the outpost, you actually have to go to every urban area. So it ends up being that I think that's harder. Well, we'll see. I've made a lot of bases, and I know making 1 base can be a bit of a task sometimes. Making 12 bases. Now you're waiting for multiplayer? That's fair. Honestly, though, you should keep an eye on things because it might change. like significantly. I'm expecting things to change. Like, well, currently I'm expecting Dogbane hemp to change because it can't be like that. It's one of the core recipes of the game that controls the direct flow of calories um, for one of the three primary ways to get calories. I don't expect that one is gonna stay the way that it is. Yeah, and butchering needs a buff. That one still needs a buff. Like it's still not enough. You can eat an entire animal and still not gain weight. That's pretty bad. Arguably, you can lose weight. I just ate this entire pig, but I'm still losing weight. That's not how it should be. Especially given how long it takes to raise animals. Months and months it takes to raise an animal to growth stage. But like we know, it's unstable. So they're going to be changing things. They're going to be balancing things, and things are going to get better. We can expect that. Currently, the calorie game is way too aggressive, though, from when I feel, anyways. Because I feel like we're playing too much calories. We're like not enough. Like it's too much of a focus. But we'll see. Was bleach with happiness? Yeah, you can mix bleach into a lot of things, and it'll make it'll be happy, but it'll be poison. If you give it to somebody who has high cooking, though, they'll probably be able to see it, from what I remember. But I don't really know. I don't play enough multiplayer. Plus, when I play multiplayer, I'm usually the one who's giving out food, not the one that's accepting it. There's reasons for that. It just is one of my talents is to be able to make sure folks are okay. So I do that. Apologies, by the way, if I cough a bunch. I do try to mute, but sometimes I forget. Was I forced to beg? But no, I wasn't forced. I do it on purpose because I like doing that. Definitely wasn't forced into it. But a good example would be on the blood drive server a long time ago. I was one of the cooks. We cooked the food for the whole server, for all of Generation One, and it was really fun. We actually almost had like shift stuff, and we had a little chef chat that we would talk in and discuss different things. It was really fun. But yeah, never forced. Nobody really forces you to do anything on a multiplayer server. Like you can kind of be like stuck doing some things, but you're not really forced to do anything. Because if you were forced, you could just not play, right? All right, let's get back to that first house, and we'll get some water, and then ask for. Are the mansions? I can steal water from them. That's it though so far. How goes your push, Chili? Are you in the mansions yet? I wouldn't dare wander into the mansions if I didn't feel it was safe. I'm gonna wait for an incoming couple hours just so it's a little brighter. You've been putting a dent in the second block? I've moved on to the next one. So I can go around the corner now, and that little cluster is no longer in that fence line. But I'm pushing the second street. So you'll see. You'll be doing it too. I just need a little food. Extra baseball bat though is not bad. Unfortunately, I don't want to eat the chocolate bar. Like, it's good to have. It's just like I've been through a large portion of this whole field. You might want to go to the other one. Cool. I can one step closer to making cakes. There's something there. Hello. You having a good day? It started. Cool. Mine too. I'm looking forward to being able to play D&D tomorrow. 'Cause, last week I couldn't play because I was too sick. Now I'm less sick. I can play. Yeah, I'm feeling better. I'm still kind of like blah though, but hopefully it goes away. I I don't like how sticking some diseases are. It's no fun. They need to like let go. We just made new ones. And so we made new ones because we're doing a different kind of campaign. It's supposed to be like grimdark kind of, but it's more casual. So it's like a casual grimdark that we just started. We've played 2 sessions so far, and we are just now like creating our characters. And my character is a roly-poly, um, big barbarian, like dummy, essentially. I'm looking forward to playing a dumb character. It's gonna be fun. And also, there's certain parts of the character that are amusing to me because he sees everyone as family. Everyone. Enemies, allies, everyone is family. So that's gonna be fun to play. He's yeah, he sees everyone as family. Yeah, he's definitely it's gonna be fun. He's like the jolliest. He's like a I don't know. He's a butcher, right? It was his profession before. Um, like one of our party members got a bump on the arm, and he suggested amputation. We should chop it off. It doesn't look good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing him. There's some other characters as well. Like Emma's characters are like siblings. Like Emma's got two like sisters that she's playing, but only one of them is visible at the moment. Um, and then the other person is playing. Yeah, when you're in view, which is yeah your family. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Um, and one of our folks is playing essentially, well, a mythological. They're playing Achilles, so it's interesting. It'll be even more interesting if all three of us pick the same combat class, but we're all like different variations of the same combat class. So, because I wanted to pick barbarian, I think Emma wanted to pick barbarian, and I think that Achilles is a barbarian. So it's like three barbarians walk into the Grimdark. No class diversity at all, except, well, there kind of will be. The class diversity is gonna lie in the stances we pick. Like, I renamed the stance that like because the stance that I picked was what it was called what was it, interception, but that's too big a word, so I renamed it to I get in the way. So I renamed it to yeah. And it makes sense. He gets in the way. That's what he does. I'm looking forward to it. It'll be fun. Yeah, I get in the way. And that's what he does. He gets in the way. He's a professional at it, actually. The thing is that I'm gonna really be trying to pick my language correctly throughout, so it's gonna be very tough sometimes. Cause I have a very strange diction as it is. Like my language and my choices and which words I use, it's very so. Now playing a dumb character is gonna be fun as a result. It was like, okay, can't use that word. He won't know what that means. It'll be fun though. But yeah, I was super looking forward to it last week, and I was like, I was so sad when I was like, I can't though. If I get up, I'm not gonna be able to function properly, and it'll be less fun for me and less fun for everyone. Even now, I'm a little bit raspy and stuff, but like, I mean, at least I can function, and I don't feel bad, you know? Like I feel like I'm okay. I can eat food, and it's not too bad, and you know. I can't. My appetite's still not back though, so it's like I eat like one thing and then I'm good. Yeah, it was pretty bad before. It is better now, like by a lot, like a lot, and it gets better throughout the day. Like when I've started my day versus when I'm in like the middle level of my day, the it does sound better throughout. So, because that's white blood cells, they're doing their job. I'm just gonna go quickly grab some water from one of the houses, so I don't have to go boil water right now. I mean, I have bottles of water saved up, but yeah. A box of canned pineapples. It's 6 cans, right? Not bad. Yeah, we just came here for water. I mean, I can stick around and kill a couple of zombies while I'm around. But yeah, this is as far as I've gotten over here. Like, so we've managed to push past this a little bit. And I set up a bag over there. Hello. It's nice. Mhm. Time to enter the Van Hohenheim era. Oh. Think we drain the trash? I like this room the best. Where did that zombie get in? The garage? I kind of want to sleep here tonight. A little bit of a danger though. I'm gonna pause for just a moment, and I need to BRB, but I don't want to BRB for very long. So, just give me like a minute or so. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna panic right now. And now we'll slowly stop panicking. Hi, Sui. Thank you very much for the raid. There we go. Did you have fun? You're still playing Rat Race, I'm gonna guess. Because I seen earlier. How goes your run? Is it going well? I'll do my little intro thing. And then we'll continue. It is a giant horde around him. That sounds good. At least you got a bunch of cows, potentially. That's good. I don't have cows. I have, well, I have, fish and the river. Throttle cow, cattle farm. Big one near Irvington. Oh, okay. By the time I get there, most of them will be dead. Probably. But they will survive, because that's some of them do. They just do. I want to fast forward, but I can't right now because it makes me panic. Do I know how long until they die of thirst? I mean, generally they won't die of thirst so long as they have a water source nearby. Or troughs that fill with water. But if they are dying of thirst, like actively, then I don't know. I've never timed it, so I don't know how long. Their status is dying. Can you quickly grab like a cow and give them water from your bottle? That's what I would do. Is I would grab water, even tainted water from somewhere and feed them. It's just the horde is huge. Well, that sounds awful. Well, I mean, you're gonna try and risk it for cows, then that's what you gotta do. Give you 1 minute. Oh, you're gonna take a screenshot? This is my first night inside, in um, in the gated community. You haven't played much of 42? I mean, it's one of those things where you'll figure it out, right? I can't see links in chat, so you're gonna have to send it to me. Here. Or you can post it to me directly. Like, that would work too if you want to DM it to me. Yeah, there's no links in chat. It's just the three asterisks. But you can send it to me, and I'll have a look. Let's see. Is it standard time 16 swath? There's cows. And deer. Can't quite see the horde though. There's some zombies there. I think you can lead those ones away. Yeah, there's some. It's freaking out the cows though, and that's a problem. Yeah, I skipped ahead a bit. Yeah, there's some there. Neat. Well, you've got cows potentially. Should I whistle or just yell for the zombie? I don't know. You don't have enough acceptance with the cows, I don't think, so they're not gonna come to you. At least I don't think, right? Because if you whistle or shout, you gotta build acceptance first. Hmm. You're talking about luring the zombies away? I mean, yeah, you could like group them up and like pull them away. It seems like your best option if I were to, but just you gotta be careful. Bundle them up and throw them away. And then, do you have rope? If you have rope, I'd leave those cows out of there to somewhere safer. But I would focus on giving them water first. So, like, make sure their needs are met before I start moving them. It's about a day's away. Well, see, when you leave the area, they'll be unloaded, so they won't really function quite like they won't. They should be okay, probably, but I would still fix their needs before I leave, kind of thing. So I'd like bundle up the zombies, put them away, and then I would come back and I would feed them, make sure that they're sated, and then I'd go back, grab my rope, come back, grab the cows one by one, bring them over to my home. Yeah, it's just standard bundling up. So like, just group them up as best you can and then lead them away. But for pinpoint hearing zombies specifically, you want to lead them further away than you normally would. Because they're very that they'll chase you down fairly far because they have pinpoint hearing, right? But they're functionally the same as the regular zombies, so you'll be able to figure it out, I'm sure. But it's just a little bit further than normal is what I'd recommend. Okay, I want to go and get food. But yeah, leading the zombies away it's one of those things that so long as you get away from their sight lines and then you'll be able to control them in a way. But they're going to spread out almost immediately because the migration settings are so high. So they want to be everywhere in the cell. So after you're done bundling them up and putting them away, expect them to immediately start spreading out from where they are. So you want to give yourself extra time for when they do start spreading out. Yeah, but knowing that helps with your planning, right? Knowing that they're going to spread out the way that they are is helpful. Because now you can kind of be like, okay, well, I've got to bring them over here, so further away, and then they'll spread out over here, and it doesn't matter because they're far enough away. That or kill them all, but killing them all takes a lot of more time. And a lot of weapon skill, strain, and... But it is possible to clear that whole group. It's just consuming, that's all. But it'll be cool if you can get all 10 of those cows. I think of the area that you shared in DMs. You don't know how many there are? I don't know either. By the look of it, it's less than 500, but it looks like a maybe within the realm of 100 or two, which means that it's about a day's worth of killing with a fair weapon skill, depending. But which one? So that corner there. Do you mean like to drop off the zombies? I would take them, but remember, there's going to be zombies in those other areas too, right? Because the zombies that you have are from the barn, I'm gonna assume. So there's gonna be zombies on those other sides. So you're gonna have to be careful about that. That said, though, um, there's a fence there. Is that one's a regular fence, right? Like a smaller one? I would lead them to the other side of that fence, let them jump over the fence, and then I would run away. Like run all the way back to the cows. That's what I would do. Just leave them on the other side of the fence. And then, um, yeah. Because they will start coming back, but by the time they start coming back, hopefully you'll have things under control. And then you'll be out of there, so you won't need to worry about it. There's a bunch of fences. And then you can just bail from that area. You don't need to worry about it, because you'll take your cows and you'll leave. And then you can bring your cows to a safer place that's not covered in zombies. There's a bunch of chickens. Focus on on stealing like them one at a time or two at a time. You know what I mean? You don't want to try and steal like a lot of them. But you could also steal the eggs and then hatch the eggs instead. Eggs are a lot easier to carry. How do you hatch them? You put them in a hutch and then you open the hutch and the fertile eggs will hatch. Why can we see the grid on the snow sometimes? It's just how the game is. It's the game is deciding to melt the snow, and so it sometimes will show the grid. Like now, for instance, the temperature is it's yeah. But sometimes it doesn't, or sometimes it's just at that right angle where you can't quite see the grid. The grid is always there, though. This grid is always there. There's no, and I don't unsee the grid. The grid is something that is just fixed in my brain. That it exists. No, no, you're asking questions, and that's good. I like answering questions if I can help. I don't guarantee that I know all the, like, all the things, but I can try. And I can give my perspective. And sometimes that perspective is going to be wrong, especially if there's new information. But, it's useful. Got cinnamon. Fireworks. Wellness. Okay. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna. Okay. Morning. What level is my longboard? Level 6. And a level 6 strength to match it. And I went 0 to hero as well, so it took a while before we were able to get our strength back.
You're amazing!
There we go. Hello. Because red color was involved. I mean, I have a lot of different outfits that I get to pick from now. I didn't realize I was already done. There we go. Now you do know you're rated in. His heads were much louder than me. I mean, that happens sometimes. I said that, yeah, I have new outfits. I have a cute little dresser that I can put clothes on now. I need to knock off as much as I don't want to. It is required. Recoup. But yeah, my voice right now is a little bit softer than normal because I'm still sick. So maybe. I'm doing the best I can though. I apologize if I'm too quiet and the zombies are really loud. I mean, I could turn them down a little bit, but yeah, seems like a lot of extra. And then I'm gonna have to set it back anyways. No. Progress. What are the big aims? I want to live in the gated community. I slept the night there, but I really shouldn't have. I want to live in the gated community. So one bonk at a time, we're gonna get into the gated community. I know that's not the traditional method of one, accessing a gated community, you know, yeah, but Van is determined. And so that's the goal right now. We get into the gated community. It's our ticket to high living. We're gonna be struggling for a little while. There we go. It's a good location once it's clear. Yeah, definitely. And it'll be a good staging ground for the next area. Hopefully we can get over and we can take over the gas station and eventually we'll have power. That's the plan. We'll have power. We'll have at least a sizable amount of area that I can loot. We can hope that we get some books. Let's go check. Okay. It's another section done, kind of. We can get another rest in this time. Back at the barn, because it's safer there. Yeah, we won't be able to push into like the larger numbers for quite some time because just not got enough in terms of weaponry. Like, we've got decent amount of like I'm able to maintain the baseball bats we currently have, but it's not quite sustained well enough. Antidepressants now though, so that's kind of nice. So if I'm ever in a pinch, then we can go and grab those bugs. Yeah, by the way, hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a pretty good day. Okay, let's forage a little bit. I only need a little bit of food. As a winter, I mean, the winter itself isn't so bad, especially if you have sustained food. But it's, there's less forageables, but better. Like it's more focused. It's weird. It's I don't know how to describe it. The cold is kind of annoying if you don't have enough clothing, but I'm sure that you'll have enough clothing by then, Buzz. But that said, I don't know. It's is it harder than normal winter? I don't know. Certain aspects of it have been annoying. Like I had to grab extra layers, but I don't have things like I don't have long johns. I had to repair a jacket that was like completely destroyed. So like with but it's been tough in that sense. But I don't know. It's weird. I'm sure you'll do fine though. And I'm gonna shout you out because I can. You guys should follow Buzz. Buzz is a good perspective on the rat race. You like my check mark? It was funny what happened with that. I was so annoyed at the time because prior to I had to deal with neighbors being noisy, like to the point where I actually had to go and talk to them, like and be like, "Please, can you guys be quieter?" So should put on one of my, I do put them on, but I decided to wear none today. I was like, I'm gonna wear just a white shirt today. But so this is by choice. But I can wear a bunch of different ones. Like I got lots. Um, but what's it called? I was so annoyed when like I'm sure everybody's been there where neighbors are being extra noisy and like you just don't want it, like you want it to be peaceful. You want it to be okay. Anyways, so I was annoyed with that, and then there was a notificationy thing on the top of my dashboard, and I was like, "Oh, that's annoying too." It was a roller coaster, though, of from annoyance to confusion to like being really happy, but also like confused. Still, you could not find the specific settings video here. There you go. That's all the settings from the Great Spiffo Rat Race. Yeah, I'm happy with it. It definitely was the best way that they could have done it for me as well. Is the just like drop it in that way. Yeah, it's been good. The channel's been amazing. It's the people that are amazing. I just show up every day. Everybody else is amazing. My backpack is full of food, I think, which is a good thing. And I appreciate all the compliments. The I really have been enjoying the Spiffo rat race. I feel like it's pretty good. Aside from that stint where I was sick, I really didn't like that part. If I could cut out a certain section of it, that part where I had COVID for a bit, I'd like that to be removed. And yeah, I don't recommend COVID, by the way. It's a terrible. It's not. It's not a good time. You want to know how to download the file? It's just in the Discord under the Great Spiffo Rat Race. You download the config, and then you drop it in your configs file in the My Documents in project. So it's in My Documents in Project Zomboid. Hi there. Nice summary outfit. Yeah, this is meant to be. I decided I was gonna just do like a white shirt today. I mean, I can wear a bunch of different clothes, but I was like, I'm just gonna wear a white shirt today. Simplify. Goes well with the snow theme. Yeah, it's very true. I really can't wait for snow to be done in this in-game as well as reality. Summer in Australia equals Christmas. Yes. Hopefully you're having a good day, Bonds. I'm having a good day. We were talking about you yesterday because of people were asking about microsips, and I'm like, there is the one person you should ask about microsips. And although I did do a little bit of science on microsips myself, I don't, I'm not an arc master of the microsip. That is not my favorite thing to do. Yeah, it's a mom nap. Naps are the best. I'm just gonna eat those two just to get them out of my inventory. Yeah, it's never fun to lose a run because you're tired. That's one of the reasons why I was very much not wanting to stream while I was sick. Because it's like, when, yeah, I could have very easily thrown away a run. Yeah, there's two file locations where Zomboid is located on your computer. There's your Steam files, and then there's your My Documents Zomboid files. Your My Documents Zomboid files are the ones that are important in terms of your saves. So that's where you put the config file. It's going to be in there. There is an instruction in the Great Spiffo Rat Race section of how to do it. Like it shows exactly with pictures. But if you don't want to do that, you can copy these settings and it works as well. The mods that I'm specifically using are these ones, although you can include other mods that have been approved, like proximity inventory, for example. I just find that one clutters my brain, so I don't like that one. But that's a personal choice. What things are there? If you want to know the rules, there you go. But they're all in the Discord, under the Great Spiffo Rat Race section. And most of us are racing just for fun. Like, it's 95% for fun. I don't actually believe that we can achieve all three impossible goals before the saves get bricked or, because it's still unstable. It's not, we're not in a stable version of the game. Or boredom. Yeah, boredom could kick in. Anybody who's made it into the hundreds of thousands will know that feeling. That feeling of but It's one of those things that can still be fun if you still have a goal. Is it more? More. Is it more? More. Oh. It's still fun though. I still like the game in that way. Like, and I could still kill hundreds of thousands of zombies and have a good time. And I was having a good time when I played, when I was in my PB run. But when it did end, it wasn't one of those things where it's a sad thing, right? And I can only imagine what it was like for Lamprey with the 954. It probably, that's like a times five, like, release. How have you solved food? Foraging, fishing, and time. There's only really three answers for food at the moment for calorie gains. Calorie loss, though, the easiest answer has always been foraging. And I think that that will remain. It'll always be the easiest answer. Unless you have food stored up. Which we don't have that luxury right now. My character was a 0 to hero. Was unfit, puny, slow metabolism. Been pretty good. How goes the bonkin? It goes pretty good. How goes it? You enjoying your day off? His Lamprey's day off. Oh, that's something that's new that maybe not everybody has seen. Here, I'll do it really quickly. So, just because not everybody will have seen, but I have usage of my hands. Ta-da! I think it's neat. Where's the beret? So chat gets to put it on and off whenever they want, because they like to borrow it and wear it. I don't mind. It's okay. They can wear it if they want to. As for my glasses, those are on an hour cooldown, and there's tons. Yeah, I have digits. Cute little wave. Like this? A little wave. Hello. Or this one. And then the newest one that I got recently was being tired. But so I'm like I'm working we're working on stuff. We're making things improvements. Yeah, digits. And then it's both hands, so it's not just sorry. I just yeah, it's not just one, it's both. There. This is very interesting. Thank you very much for the continued support, Buzz. 7 months. Appreciate you. Enjoy the frog emotes as well as the ad previewing, as well as increase in channel currencies. Do appreciate. Thank you, thank you. We gotta get water. But yeah, food has not been a problem really. I've not really had any major issues with food. Aside from when I had to throw that one search around for twine when the dogbane hemp was not a viable option anymore. Because I was like, I'm never gonna find enough. And, I mean, it's okay. I do hope that they tone that down a little bit, though, because it's a little bit mean. I can imagine normal, like, gameplay folks suffering, trying to find dogbane hemp to get themselves started. Twine is too important to gate behind stuff like that. Did I run across the map? I mean, I was forced here, kinda. I didn't... and then I was like, you know what, let's just go for Riverside. So... Yeah. I was gonna go West Point, I really was, but... No? Oh. Well, that's awkward. How are the skills looking? They're okay. 6 and 6 on the maintenance and the long blunt. Level 2 on the axes. 9 on carving. Nothing's 10. I've been foraging, but my foraging has been very slow going. I don't have any books or anything, and I'm not searching for trash to, like, boost it faster. I'm just kind of, when I need to forage, I forage. So, I'm not in a rush. There's no need for me to rush. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And I know that. So, I'm going to continue my slow trek forward. And yeah, my character was 0 to hero. And we are 6-5. We are stout, and we are like a little ways into fitness. So we should be fit eventually. Yeah, I've been a little bit neglectful on my exercises the last little while, like the last few in-game days, because I've been trying to push the gated community and trying to clear this out, but it's not the easiest. Yeah, we did it though. 5,000 so far. %10 of twists total. If I'm gonna shoot for a number, I probably should shoot for the high one, right? It's like, twist is at what, 50k by now? It's like 10%. We're getting there. But yeah, exercise has been tiring. It's fine to do exercise, but it's just like I've never been very fond of exercise. Neither one wants to back down. Yeah, no, they're going to keep racing. And they both have had some very close calls. I've seen some scary stuff, like with Chivas in the fence or with Twist in the reanimator. Oh my goodness. Those moments, like, just no scary. Top of the morning, indeed. I'd like to make it to top five as well, but it's one of those things where the current top five are, well, Twist and Chivas. Lamprey's on the podium as well, so that's right there is podium sorted. So it's gonna be tough to break into that. That said, I think Shinra and Nico are the next ones after that. So catching up to those folks would be interesting, but it's not just about kills. Kills are one thing, but there's also mastery, which is, you know, how many skills we have at 10. There's the outposts, how many outposts we've successfully taken. There's a lot of other ways that we can focus into and successfully maybe push forward for a podium position. Kills are but one. Yeah, he's been clearing 600 a day. Yeah, he's using some really good weapons. The thing is, though, and this is something that should be notable, there is a finite amount of zombies, right? There's a finite amount of zombies, and we have weapon skills we need to max in order to acquire our perfection, right? So you don't have all the weapon skills maxed, meaning that for some of these, you're going to be having to kill at least between 60 and 100,000, at least, right? So now remember there's a finite number of zombies, so combo that with stuff like aiming. Like that's gonna be we basically some of those zombies are for the other weapon classes, and if you continue to use the primary weapon throughout the whole time, you're gonna end up hampering yourself in the long run. But yeah, fence combat probably is the best way early on to get those early levels. I think that Lamprey will be destroying Irvington eventually. Irvington's a cool place, though. I really did enjoy it when I was doing it on Apocalypse. And even on Apocalypse, it was still pretty tough in some sections. Yeah, swords are really good. That's once we get up there, though. Requires us to get into blacksmithing. Did they fix clay cement yet? Because last I remember, clay cement was still broken. Yeah, you can't make double fences. So what that basically is two fences that are back to back that you stand on one side of the fence and are untouchable. Because that's a thing. No exploits. Yeah, let's run there. Yeah, those boxes are really they're high risk but high reward. And probably the best way to level early levels for weapon skills for sure. Once you get into higher levels of weapon skills though, it becomes a lot easier to just kind of like one tap everything in the open. But still not quite there yet myself. Soon. Not quite. Using the static corners? Oh, you mean like luring the zombies over one corner and then yeah, no, I'm sure that's fine. Like the corner play? Because there's still risk in that. You can still get hit. Just no double fences. So like back-to-back fences where if you're standing on one side of the fence, the zombies have no way to hit you at all. Let's see. No. Yeah, exactly. We're not like it's not gonna be that way anyways. You know, there's nobody as far as I'm aware that is setting up like the window stuff or any of that stuff either. Because that would be immediate disqualification. Yeah, it's important to hear stuff from Lamprey though, because you know, it's your contest, so you get all the final says. Let's move these. It's just like with gamers, the fishing bug. He'd never seen it before, but I knew that would get like get a green light on like a cure or whatever, because it's not his fault. That bug really needs to get fixed. It's really easy to activate it too. And then whatever other things can activate it, because apparently there's more than one thing that activates it. Now that sounds so weird. It's always funny because it seems like almost a Konami code. It is required to activate some of these bugs. And yet a lot of folks are activating them by accident. You got to do this and then this and then this consecutively, back to back to back, and suddenly it's like, but people are doing it by accident, locking their characters and getting killed for it. So it's like, it's so weird. Players are interesting. We do some strange movement. Or until you starve or dehydrate. That sounds awful. Working out while sitting. Yeah. A lot of bugs, I'm sure that it's difficult to pinpoint who's seen it first, kind of thing. It's one of those weird ones. Because they may have seen it in internal testing as well, and it's been reported. It's just they didn't get around to it, you know? It ends up being one of those ones where the players probably won't activate this. Probably. I hope that's not the mentality that's had, though. Because it's not a matter of won't, it's a matter of when. We will totally activate everything. Not on purpose. Sometimes on purpose. Yeah, having the rested indicator's kind of nice. I also like this because it's so bulky. It's like there's a little more space there, and it locks, so I don't have to constantly keep grabbing it. That said, though, I do like that the mod list has been kept very light. Because, you know. Yeah, I think that that's really the fun part about this challenge as well, is that there's so many different people that are doing different strats, even if they started in the same location. Like, a large amount of folks are starting in that cabin, right? The cabin in Echo Creek. The cabin. Um, but where they go from there is different a lot of the time. And then you've got Chivas and Twist that both started on the southern area that's south of the resort, South Rosewood. And then you've got a couple of folks that have started in West Point. I started in West Point and ended up over here. Oops. Which is not necessarily the worst. I don't mind being over here. Riverside's okay. Very chill time. It's basically empty now. Yeah, they've definitely nerfed a lot of the heat map. Like they really I'm interested in well, it's interesting to say the least, because it's like I'm wondering if the heat map could have a probability set to it so that you could have some nodes that would just be not on in default apocalypse, but in a game like this, we would want those zombies. We would want those heat maps. Yeah, it would shake up quite a lot of strategies. I agree. And it would make things a little bit more... It's just like the zombies that are in the woods currently. Like those random zombies that are in the woods. That I don't know if those are intended, but they definitely shake things up. And it makes it very difficult when you're already in a spiral to get out of it. Because they're in the way, right? It's not many zombies. There's like 5, maybe 20 max in the woods at a time, but it's just enough that it's actually kind of dangerous, right? I think it's some kind of weird system. I don't know. I know it doesn't seem intended is the thing, because they removed it once. But what I'm noticing is that some of the recipes are have reverted to something they've already fixed. So they're gonna probably need to refix certain things, or perhaps there's different versions, is what I'm to understand. Because I noticed it with masonry, because they gave us an easier method in masonry, and then they took it away. But it's not so much that they took it away, it's that it reverted back to the old way. So I think that that's what's happening is that there's some conflicting versions being used, and that when they updated one, it was being updated to with some things as previous version unintentionally. But once again, I'm not one of the devs, so I can't confirm that. Did I see Host Spiral? You mean the 3-day trek? Yeah, you went and you grabbed me. You were like, come watch. I'm sitting there. I was having myself a breakfast. That's what I was doing. I was enjoying myself a nice breakfast, and uh, I happened to be looking in the Discord, and Bonds is like, "Hey, come here." I was like, "But how do you know I'm looking at this chat? I seen you typing. Come and watch host." I was like, "Yeah, okay." Let's see. What does that say? No, not exactly. So, but can you, if you can you be English? Like, can you use English so that everybody can be included? Um, yeah, yeah, I'm just gonna purge. Uh, there, there you go. It's not an exact, exactly how that works. But just, it's interesting for sure. If you can get through the first like of the couple thousand that are at Schubert's is an amazing area to live in. I like that place. 'It's clear in a day. The helicopter ends up being a boon sometimes, getting zombies to move out of an area for you. Sometimes it's not, though. It certainly does depend. 4 months. Yeah, but you're playing on sprinters. Your game mode is ridiculous. Four months, 8 days. Still, it's kind of lends true to what I thought before. That I feel like Build 42's combat and Build 42 is just overall compared to build 41, is more forgiving overall once you get to a high level. Build 41, on the other hand, it wasn't as forgiving. Specifically, it's the exertion thing. In build 41, exertion, you could not regain it once you were tired. Once you were fatigued, you were kind of screwed. Now, in build 42, that's not the case. If you're fatigued, you can recover your exertion. That's huge. That is a really big difference in combat. And stomping on zombies doesn't take 1,000 years when you're maxed out on fatigue and exertion. Not quite as long as build 41. So you're able to deal with a slightly larger amount of zombies. Not much, but it's sizably enough that if you have 2 zombies or 3 zombies while you're maxed out, you can deal with it. In those ways, I think build 42 is easier than build 41. That and having a larger pool of weapons doesn't hurt. You're fishing out of a window? So it actually works? You can actually like fish from indoors? Temperature-wise, that would make sense. During winter, to fish outside, but keep the temperature from the inside. You get the bonus for temperature. I was noticing that you can cast it as far as you want. Like, literally as far as you want. Across the screen, doesn't matter. Yeah. It's good to have. I feel. Glasses are good to have. They help you see. And my glasses, I do have glasses, and they do help me see. But I don't need to wear them all the time. And it was really funny talking to my optometrist. Because they're like, do you wear your glasses? I'm like, almost never. They're like, your eyes have been getting better. It's not what I want to know. Because like, that I don't wear my glasses and my eyes are getting better. It's like, isn't that the opposite of what you're supposed to tell me? I buy the glasses and leave them on the counter and they improve my eyesight. That's how that works, right? Capitalism. Not exactly, but see, looting requires going inside. Going inside requires safety to do so, which means that I will start looting, but only when I feel like I'm not going to have other enemies coming in behind me wanting to loot with me. Because that would be awkward. I don't want to share the loot with them. They're not allowed to have any of my loot. It belongs to me. Of course, they're not looking for the loot. They're looking for me. But, you know, that is a no. Yeah, we will start looting eventually. I've already looted one house, which is the first one. This one here on the corner. We've looted that one. And I found six cans of pineapples. And a baking pan. Not the kind that can make cake though. The flat one that makes cookies. Yeah, eyes are weird. I agree. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep sieging the way that I am currently. There's no need to rush. We can just kind of gradually take the area over, and then eventually we'll be able to live in that area. I've already been able to sleep there once, but the issue is sleeping there it's dangerous currently. Just because of the location of where the zombies are. But eventually we'll be able to sleep there comfortably. Let's have a look. How's my weight anyways? 79. Okay, we still got time. I've started to crouch cheese. What do you mean by crouch cheese? What does that mean? Do you just mean crouching while you walk around? Because that it does work. It's just I don't think that's cheesing. That's an intended mechanic that applies a visual bonus, but it's not going to give me very much of a visual bonus at all here. It'll give me a 10% increased vision effectiveness, and as you can see, that doesn't even increase my search radius at all. So there's no point. You see? Because that's all it does, is it gives you a search radius bonus. And arguably, if you want the best search radius bonus, you would use the nimble stance, which is a 33% bonus. But in regards to the speed, you're slower. And as you can see, even with the 33% bonus, it's not enough to raise my search radius. So what's the point in using it? It'd just be better just to walk around. You can crouch for 30% and hit sprint. What does that mean? Crouching doesn't give you 30%, it only gives you 10%. It's the nimble stance that gives you 33%. And then you can hit sprint? Like, what do you mean, sprint? Like sprint crouching? I can't sprint and forage at the same time. And if you're saying like tapping sprint, like, I mean, it doesn't work, see? See, it applies a minus 100% movement bonus debuff to the vision effectiveness. So it's not, tapping sprint's not going to do anything. You see? Watch. You can see it there. By tapping sprint, it applies a minus 100% movement effect bonus. And it's just screwing over your foraging. Sorry. Didn't mean to. Should have muted. But it's not good, is what I'm saying. Not unless you have a mod that makes it so that you can run at the same time as foraging. Which that mod does exist from what I remember. It's not good. Crouching in general is just not, it's not particularly useful. Outside of maybe being level 10 foraging on a bright sunny day. But even that, it's not worth it. But yeah, I was tapping it just there, and you could see that I was getting a debuff, minus 100%. There we go. Yeah, crouch walking everywhere is not bad. It's just, it's not good either. It's like neutral. And there's not a major point to do it. Like, it effectively doesn't give you very much. So. Can I put you in my backpack? Unless you meant actual sprint. Like, actual sprint? Does actual sprint work? Let's find out. No. Definitely not. So, what I mean by the difference between actual sprint and, well, jog is what the other one's called, is the, pressing Alt. It gets you the real sprint, not the pretend one. Like, because this right here is jogging. This is sprinting. But you can't sprint and get and forage at the same time. It doesn't work. The reason why I just stand like this and walk around is because you can make more ground. You can cover more area. Because if I do this, sure, my radius is a little bigger, and you can actually see it get a little bigger, but my character's a little bit slow comparatively to this. And then there's almost no difference between crouching and but I don't see a point. Sometimes I'll crouch and I'll wander around, but it's not likely. Right, here we go again with more chisels. Thank you for the frog hat back. Hello. Thank you very much for the raid. There we go. I know that you're racing the rat race. How goes? Hopefully you're having fun. My rat race is going fun too. Hello. My little intro-y thing. My day's going pretty good so far. I'm making progress. Getting some stuff done. Fonz is putting shades on frogs. Nice. Yeah. I've been pushing towards the gated community in Riverside, and we've been making progress there. But I need to stop briefly so that we can go and get some food. So right now I'm just looking for berries. Although I could go and get some fish, I guess. Either way, I'm gonna have to be foraging slash fishing for a little while. Yeah, the gated community's been going good though. Like we're about I've done a large portion of this section and a large portion of this section. So we're nearly at that stage where eventually I'll be able to take this entire this neighborhood here, and then we'll be able to sleep in one of these houses, which will be kind of nice. So I'll be able to sleep here, and then these are my watch bags, so that I've kind of got some control of the area. So the plan will be to push these wash bags up a little ways so that I can make sure that this area stays secure, so that I don't have to worry about zombies, trickling in while I'm having myself a snooze. Yeah, those gates are definitely, they can be a bit of a trial, but once you push past that aspect of it, eventually we'll be able to push towards the gas station, and then once we have the gas station under control, I can secure that outpost over there, the Riverside Church, and then that's it. Then all I have to do is throw it together, and ta-da! I will have one of the outposts completed. And then from there, I'm going to start sieging down the Riverside Trailer Park and self-storage unit, as well as the warehouse and the steelworks. And then once the Steelworks is defeated, I want to go and take down the country club. So before we make our journey over to Brandenburg, the country club is kind of like a bonus. I don't really need to go down there to deal with that, but I kind of want to. Oh, you're already almost done Phallus. Nice. That's like 12, 20K, something like that, to break into Phallus. It's a good one, for sure. Let's see. You don't really look at the heat maps? I'm just going based on memory. Not the heat map of build 42. Yes, exactly. That is exactly the reason why we're going to go and siege down the country club. Because we were never allowed to be involved. Yeah. Sounds like you had a good session, though. Hopefully you get some self-care. Alright, now I can just relax and fish. Am I fully healed? No, unfortunately. I still have a little bit of sore throat, coughing, and annoying-ishness. But I'm getting better, which is nice. I can at least play games and spend time with Emma and stuff, so that part is good. I just wish that the cough and stuff would go away. So I can be appreciative of what I have that is within health, that is maybe not perfect, but it's okay.
You're amazing!
No, thank you for the follows. I do anonymous follows so folks can enjoy their lurk. Drink some tea and lemon and ginger. I've definitely been drinking the tea with lemon and honey. Actually, is my choice of a throat kind of thing that gives my throat recovery. It's been good. I'll probably refill my tea here in a little bit. I probably should do it soon. Enjoy your shopping. What level of fishing am I? I am level something. 3. But because we fish with fishing rods now, you don't really need to worry about your fishing level as much. You will catch fish. Yeah, just keep cycling the fishing fillets as your primary bait. That doesn't mean that you don't have a bag full of bugs, though. As you can see, I've got a big bag full of bugs, but I'm using the fish fillets because those are I can keep cycling. But the bugs are there in the event that I run out, like completely out, like, and I've got no means to replenish, right? So they're there as my emergency bait, as well as much as I don't like to admit this, they are also my emergency food. In the event that I absolutely have no choice, like I am back against the wall and forced, I will eat the bugs. But I really don't want to. I don't like the idea of eating the bugs. It seems like a blah idea to me. But back against the wall, I've been there before where I have virtually no choice. There we go. Alright, we're good to go. Wellness. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Well, I was supposed to BRB for wellness a little bit earlier, so I'm gonna do it right now while I'm, so I'll be right back. Okay. Hello. Oh, too hot. Too hot. I haven't done exercises in a little while, so let's just quickly get our regularity up. There's nothing else going on in this in-game day anyways. Zero zombies today. We'll get some zombies done tomorrow. Yeah, let's go break the batter too. The pain will be gone here within a few in-game hours. In the progress. I wonder what are the odds of a reanimator reanimating while you're sitting on top of it? Same odds as a regular zombie, I would assume. Well, how goes your rat race? You having a good time? You were in the field last I left you. Is the field still good? Or did you finally clear it? And you're no longer in the field? Do tell. My rat race is going fairly well so far. We're managing to push towards the gated community. We're making progress. It's slow, but it is going to, you know, we'll get there eventually. How do I like the Build 42 combat? It's definitely better than Build 41. I like it a lot more. It comes with its own things that are less than ideal, but at the same time, a lot of it is better. It's amazing. And there's room for improvement. You've been having trouble? It's just a matter of understanding, in my mind anyways. What you want to understand is that essentially muscle strain is just an exertion mechanic for strength, and once you get past a certain point, strength, the muscle strain doesn't even really matter that much anymore. You just have to bear it in mind that you now have 2 exertion bars instead of just 1. Yeah, I've had no problems with the combat outside of certain combat jank that existed, but has been gradually getting worked on. So, yeah. Once you get to a certain point with strength and fitness, or sorry, strength and weapon skill, you won't notice that muscle strain anymore. It's around like the level. Well, it depends on if you're playing with standard muscle strain or an increase in it. Obviously, the more muscle strain that you put, the longer it takes before your character is good. But even if you cranked it all the way to the max, which the maximum for muscle strain is times 10, um, you can still make times 10 work. It's just it extends the amount of time you need to work out to the maximum in times 10's case. In the case for like times 5 or times 3 or times 2, or like we're playing on right now, which is 1.67, in all of those cases, it just lowers the amount of strength total that you need to be grinding for, which is good because nobody wants to sit and grind strength from 0 to 10, right? Of course, and this, so our character was a 0 to hero, so a character that has 0 strength, 0 fitness to start, and we're doing fine. There's no major issues. It just costs you your early game a little bit. That's all. Have they changed it? Is there no real working? No, no. It's the same as Build 41. There's always been a purpose in working out. Working out is a way to fast track experience for fitness and strength. So there's always a point to do it. It's just that do you like it's up to your own discretion if you want to do it or not. It becomes kind of like reloading with those last few hours in the in-game night. Technically, you should be doing something with those hours, not just fast forwarding through them to go to bed, right? But at the end of the day, it's up to player discretion what you would prefer to be doing. So, whether it's you want to be doing fitness, you want to be doing strength training, you want to be doing reloading, whatever it is you want to do with your evenings, final couple hours before you go to sleep. But Build 41, it did have a point. It's just that a lot of the time for combat, it's just after a certain point, combat is better because it gives you more. And that's just the thing. Combat will always give you more. In comparison, when you're doing fitness and strength training, it's specific. It gives you, let's say, 1,000 to 2,000 XP in whatever fitness or strength that you want, right? Meanwhile, if you're doing combat, every melee attack gives you weapon skill, it gives you maintenance, it gives you fitness and strength, it gives you nimble, it gives you, like, all of the bonuses, right? On top. Just you're like training the whole thing as opposed to just part of it. But yeah, in Build 41, I feel like the combat's better in Build 42, and also it's a little bit easier in Build 42. Because exertion's not nearly as hurtful as it once was. Because in Build 42, fatigue and exertion used to be a death spiral that could easily get you killed. And in Build 42, it's not as bad. Keeping up the fitness and strength is important even at high levels because the reason being is once you get to the highest level, when you get to like level 9, you unlock athletic and you unlock strong. Athletic is amazing. It is one of the best like traits in the game for sure. And because you can earn it, it feels really nice when you do earn it. Like when you go from zero to athletic. Oh, it's so good. But yeah, after a certain point, working out becomes less important because you're going to be trying to do a lot of other stuff, and it doesn't have as much um, importance. So you, like I mean, but you should still technically be doing a little bit each day. Folks get lazy with it though, myself included. I'm no exception to that rule. I get lazy with it, and then my regularity falls off, and yeah, it's a bad habit, and I know it is. It just sounds like life advice, doesn't it? Though. Let's play Zomboid. Thank you for my frog hat back. Can always count on Zomboid to sound like life advice. Here we go. Do you have dynamic traits? No. I find mods like that make the game too easy. The mods that I have are all cosmetic for the most part. Um, or UI. So like, there's this and this, those are UI, and then I have some map markers, and you can do an exclamation point mods if you want to see which mods I'm using. And then exclamation point rat race is the challenge that I'm doing. And there are a few other commands that are like traits and settings if you're interested in seeing the settings. You saw a line of traits? Oh yeah, no, I'm not using dynamic traits. It's just those are the traits that I picked. And actually, it's not even all of them because we've lost some of them, remember? Some of the traits that I have to start are gone. Like puny is now stout, and weak is now, or sorry, unfit is gone completely. As well as our weight trait's not active at the moment, aside from slow metabolism itself. But the being overweight is not a thing anymore. We are of good weight. But yeah, some traits in the vanilla game you can lose, like being weak or being or well, it's called puny now, or being unfit. You can gain back fitness, and eventually you can get to the point where you get those traits, like you can get positive traits. That's just part of the game. I'm making progress though. And very soon, hopefully, we'll be able to move into the... You should probably... No, I mean, it's up to you to decide that. You play your own playstyle, you know, and if you like it, then, I mean, you can always try something new, though. But that's the fun part about Zomboid, is we can all play it the way that we want to, right? It's a sandbox game, so you can play it super strong, super weak. You can have tons of zombies, you can have no zombies. The infection, you can choose to make it so that if you get bit, you know, then it's over. Or you can even make it so that there's no infection at all. Yeah, it's a great game. Some people play it like The Sims. Some people play it like a farming game, especially with the new animals and stuff. And some folks play it like a, you know, apocalyptic fight. Hello. You really like lifestyles? I can understand. Adds a few more things that you can do into the game. I suppose my favorite mod is yet to come back. And eventually it will, I'm sure. My favorite mod was the one that this frog hat actually came from. It was called Craftable Headgear. And it's Still probably on the way back. And I know why it got delayed, but it's interesting. And kudos to the mod creator. Um, very much kudos. Yeah, it's true. Some modders are waiting for things to stabilize a little. But that's not why, but still, I don't want to talk about stuff like that. Hey, I'm gonna go fishing. That's what I'm gonna do. Because we could definitely use some fish. And also, I'm gonna trade out my water bottle while I'm at it. You're gonna try the rat race, Cinnamon win? I believe in you. You can do it. Come from behind victory, Cinnamon win. Well, the modding community gets lots of love. At least as far as I'm aware, I don't really see drama between the mod creators and the devs. If anything, I think that it's a positive relationship back and forth between the two. Double checking the flyer. Nifty. I'm fishing. Kind of. Kind of fishing. I can do that one too, I think, right? What is this? A bear of some kind? Yeah, that one. You've never fished? Is the minigame easy to do? It can be, most of the time. Most of the time, it's fine. There is, can I explain how it works? Oh, it's very simple. It actually is explained here in the fishing menu. If you right click on the water and you click the word fishing, it actually will explain to you a few things. Whether, how things will be affected in fishing in general, and then how to do the fishing minigame, which is equip a rod in both hands, aim at the water, cast. The line tension will increase when you get a bite. To start the reel, you hold left mouse. If there's too much tension and your line can break, so be careful. Keep it out of this and this, right? Yeah, they can. And then if you press right click, you'll release some line. So it's good to note that that is something you can do. And yeah, it's super easy. That said, what I should be doing right now is I should be lighting this. So the reason why I should do that is because if I light this, then it'll increase the temperature around me, and it'll make fishing easier. It's just I'm being stubborn. That's all. You don't have to increase temperature by much, but it just helps. So, and now when I cast, it'll like be a little bit, but then it'll start. Like I said, though, most of the time the fishing minigame is easy. It's very easy to do for the most part, except in very specific like cases where you have a big fish. And if you have a big fish, well, there is a chance that that big fish is going to fight. And they can fight like Stardew Valley levels of like fighting. If you've ever tried to catch a legendary fish in Stardew Valley, you know exactly the feeling of, oh god, I just entered some... It's like a boss mode. That you're not ready for. Because there's no... It's not like it prompts you differently. It's the same thing. You get the same interactions. It's just one suddenly will slam your reel into the red. Yeah. Like right there, that's a medium catfish, 54 centimeters. It's not that, it's a fair-sized fish. I'm probably gonna need to cut it up to fit it in the fire. Yeah, there's still more, huh? No, actually. Do you work weekends? It feels like you work like way like a lot. No. Okay, so then you're off today. Right? No. Wait, is it Saturday? I think it's Saturday. Ah, okay. Oh, but okay, that's super important then. Happy birthday. We wish happy birthday from us, okay? Hey, armadillo cake. I'm sure you'll post it though, right? Oh, it'll be fine. We'll get to see it. Did you know you always catch your first fish in Stardew? Huh. I thought it forces you to do a fishing game with Willy in the beginning. Does it not? Maybe I'm just misremembering. It wouldn't surprise me though that there's gaming methods like that. I remember watching a TAS version of Stardew where it was like it's a robot that does all the work. It's not even and they just walk into their bed and they force rain to happen. It's weird. Like they're like walking into their bed like a specific number of times and it causes rain the next day and like that like it's exact. It's like the whole thing to defeat the whole community center, like to do the whole thing is crazy. Those TAS runs are nuts. Is tool assisted speed run. You watched a TikTok. The only TikTok that I watch is the clock. It's because it's not for me. TikTok is for other folks. It is not for me. It's gonna take a while to haul this all the way over to where I want it. I'm glad stuff that like that exists for people though. So that they can scroll and enjoy stuff, right? You don't have old clocks in your home? I am the old clock that's in my home. I go TikTok, TikTok. I am one with the TikToks. I think that they're interesting. But it's like that. They're interesting in the same way as I could see myself if I had a hearing aid turning it down while saying it's interesting. There we go. There is nothing wrong with that. They're just not for me. They're meant to be like really short things, right? So that people can enjoy them in like sort of rapid. It's just, do people laugh anymore? Or is it just like, do they smile and then that's it? Lol. And then they don't laugh? Like they don't actually like laugh? Like, that's something that I remember some comedians making the jokes about, is that laughter is going to die and then people aren't going to laugh anymore and they're just going to put lol and like not laugh like for real. It depends if they have kids. If they have kids, then they don't laugh anymore? You'd figure you'd laugh more, because kids are goofy. They fall over. It seems like a prime amusement. So long as they're not hurt. You were saying people with kids are more likely to laugh? I mean, that seems like, yeah, I agree with that. That seems true. It's because it's one of those things where it's like a balance. At least you can load them with sugar and then give them back. And well, if you're able to. Okay, let's run back. The rest in, we can do a little bit more, but not very much. Yeah. It's because there's always that second-hand joy as well, right? That you get. Because they're having a good time, you're having a good time. It's same for being able to watch like the really like sappy cartoons. It becomes a lot easier to do so when somebody else is watching it and they're enjoying. Because even if you're not that keen on it, you'll get secondhand joy off of it.
You are amazing!
Feel free to follow that way. Feel appreciate it. Thank you. Last one. Okay, I'll be back. There's zombies. So we should be able to get all the way back to the barn. Rest in. A lot of the zombies that were here mostly gone, so that's kind of nice. Here we go.
時間です。
Oh,
利息がつきます。
thank you very much for the raid. There we go. Just wave at you really
You're
quick.
amazing.
And then I'll do my little intro-y thing. Hopefully you had a good stream. What are you up to? You usually do a swath of variety, but mostly Zomboid is from what I've seen. So perhaps you were doing something similar this time? And if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. My day's been pretty good. And you're being a Luke Goblin? Gremlin? Goblin? Goblin? Gremlin. Gremlin. Well, hopefully it's the safe kind, where you've got a big pile of loot and you don't have the zombies bothering you. I'm in the meantime playing the rat race, trying my very best to push the gated community in Riverside. I want to say it's to success, but it's not like 100% yet, because it can't live there at the moment. We're getting closer, though. Day by day, we kill a few more, and eventually we will be able to live here. Enjoy your food. Yeah. Carpenter chisel seems to have great knockdown chance. I wouldn't use it as a weapon unless I had a lot of them, and even then I would still be kind of about using it as a weapon. It's not like you have much right now. I can understand. I would use infinite weapons though. Like the bats, short bats. Axes, hand scythes, knives. But you gotta use what you gotta use, right? Sometimes it's about setting yourself up for success, though, as well. That birthday excitement. Yes, it is. It's early for some, but not early for others, right? Those of us that are of the evening time slash different parts of the world, right? I've always been a graveyard shift kind of person, though, so it's not early for me. Rather the opposite. It's late for me. But yeah, kids sleeping in till like a little bit longer, giving you the couple extra hours that you need. That's a dangerous one though. Waking up your parents. It's never something that I was able to do when I was a youth. Mostly because my parents slept like bears. If you woke them up, it was a bad choice. You don't wake up the parents. It's not a good idea. You let them sleep all the way. Or you play quietly. That's what you do. You play quietly. Good memories. There we go. Put my arms just a bit. Let's go rest. We're getting there though. We're getting there. Just slowly processing. I think I can do one more group. And then we'll head back. Or at least a cleanup though. Craziness. Yeah, it looks like just mostly cleanup. They're gonna get stuck there for the most part. Press. We have a shotgun. That means I can do a reloading stream. I don't want to do it with the shotgun though. That seems like the worst. Could you imagine? Doing a reloading stream with just like one shell and a shotgun? I got reloading 10. We have reloading. We do have reloading 5 the book though. At least in theory it shouldn't be as bad. I've seen this fog way more than I'd want to. Yeesh. Okay. Hello. Not too many misses, thankfully. But yeah, a few. A few swings and a few misses. Hopefully you're having a good day, Sparrows. I'm having a good day. Making progress, slow but sure. Steady progress. Well, let's go have a look. I feel like I just cleaned that off.
You're amazing.
I appreciate it. There we go. Yeah. Go back off, have a rest. Hello. And recouped. I am tempted to sleep here today, but not yet. We're almost time. Not quite there yet, though. Gotta stay the course. Oops. Not bad, another 133. What's my weight doing? Yes, beauty berries. And holly berry, or not holly berries, winter berries. Yeah. Let's go drop these off over on the other side. Okay. One of these days I will be running along these roads and I will clean up all my mess, but currently, not a priority. I'm so long in, good job. Oh yeah, we're doing fairly good in the rat race. Like I still want to go for a higher position at some point, if I can. I'm doing the best I can. But fingers crossed, right? My version's more of a relaxed version of that, though. Let the bodies fall horizontally. Bit by bit, slowly we control. Good. Got it down to one swing. I mean, yeah. Sometimes. It's not all the time yet, though. Soon, we'll be down to one swing. And then we'll be back up to several swings eventually. Because what's going to happen is once we get to the point where our weapon skill is really, really good, I'm going to need to switch weapons so that we can start leveling other weapons. Because part of the rat race is that we need to make a perfect character, and in order to do that, I need to swap weapons. So I can't stay on the baseball bats forever, which is unfortunate, but it is just the way it is. They are really good and handy for helping me get my maintenance up, though. I can appreciate them for what they've done. The bats are your favorite? I can understand. If you've never tried the metal bat with the bolts in it, I really recommend trying that one. It feels really nice, especially with high level long blunt. You're just running around and you just destroy everything. That said, though, bats in general are fairly nice weapons. They've just got a nice clunk to them. Just gives them that extra oomph. Is panic different? Oh no, no, it's not that it's different. It's that my character is actually built to is not brave for once. I decided to try cowardly, and part of me regrets it. Plus, we also have claustrophobia, so that's, you know, indoor areas are a little bit more scary than they used to be. And also, if you fast forward within an indoor area, there's a bug with claustrophobia right now where it immediately puts you at tier 4 panic. It's really obnoxious. Don't really like that bug. But, you know, it is what it is. At least I can sleep inside. So, but yeah, it's the one part of my build that I wanted to try it, and I probably shouldn't have tried it with Rat Race. But oh well, it is what it is. It's gonna lower over my overalls. Something in the code. You blame yourself? Oh, don't blame yourself. If anything, though, can you make it so dog bane's less rare? If not for me, do it for other people. Because I don't need dog bane anymore. But other people, they want their twine. I don't need twine anymore. Or at least currently. I'm gonna get some water. Yeah, dog bane's too rare. Even if you're looking with the proper focus in the proper areas, it's just, it's not. There's too many things in the foraging pool. There's a door. Uses window. I mean, but window. I can use the door though. It isn't locked. I don't know. I don't use auto target when with down attacks. I manually down attack. But I think you manually down attack too. I don't know. Is that a foot thing? I'm not sure. There's a gun over here, isn't there? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I've had that problem or not. It's one of those weird ones. Maybe? Yay. Hi, Molly. Really big eyes. I like that. I like that. It looks cozy. Got a little blanket. Makes me want a blanket. Note to self. Cozy up in blanket later. Yeah, definitely. Okay, let's go finish these couple off and see how much more we have to go. Also, you have a Mason's trowel on you. Out on the ground. Out on the ground. July 25th. A very special day in my brain. Hey, it's Tom. Hi, Tom. How you doing? Tom, did you see that Nico had a sheep named Tom and that Tom destroyed Nico's base? Made me think of you destroying Nico's base. I thought it was similar. Different Tom, no. It was the sheep Tom. You didn't see? Oh, that's unfortunate. But it did happen. It was recent. It's good to see you, though. I'm glad that you're doing okay. Yeah, Tom destroyed Nico's base. You can ask. Ask him later. It's funny, kind of. There we go. We're making decent progress though on the rat race so far. I don't have animals aside from my mice and rodents. We've got a trailer that's got like a couple of them, and I go there sometimes and I pet them. But that's it. That's the extent of my animal care right now. Occasionally petting mice that I found in a trailer. say? Oh, because he has the hospital bed. Okay, I got you. Because he's got the gurney. That's funny. It's funny because everybody started across from Neil's farm in that one cabin, right? Or at least a large group of the folks did. You don't want to go to work? So call in sick. Take a wellness day. Unless you have to go to work because you got to pay your bills. If you need to pay your bills, then don't call in wellness. Simply because you don't want to. That is not the adult way. But if you are feeling like you need a day to recoup, then wellness days are for that. That's what they're for. And then if the manager and or boss says, hey, you're supposed to find coverage, no, that's what a manager does. Managers do that. It's their job to manage the business, not you. You're just an employee. Probably. Unless you are a manager, to which then you have to find your own coverage then. Usually another manager. But generally speaking, if you're a manager that's getting, you know, that it needs a wellness day, the other managers are there for you. Those are big facts. I mean, it's the truth. Why do the businesses think that you have to find coverage when you're sick, you're not feeling well? That doesn't make sense. Your efforts should be placed in recouping, not searching for a person to cover you. So that you can be back on your feet and be back in your job as quickly as possible. Yeah, if you have ownership, or if you're a manager. If you're a manager, that's different. Because you manage, you know, if you have, like, managing of the schedule, then you get to control that, and then you can find coverage that way. It's easier, as opposed to somebody who doesn't have access to the schedule. But it also depends on the type of business, right? There's lots of different kinds of businesses that all have different kind of styles. So even as a manager, you don't have to in Michigan. That's neat. I'd still, if I were in a position like that, I'd still want to. But that's my own preference. But I'm not in a position like that anymore. I'm in a position where calling in sick is not necessarily something you can do. But you still kinda can. Kinda, sorta. You just really wouldn't. Because it doesn't make sense. Well, there you go. Hopefully you have a different job lined up, and or, you know, you find other work that's good, that makes you happier. How far into the subdivision do I want to be? I want to be comfortably into the subdivision before I move into one of those houses officially. I don't want zombies to wander into my little area while I'm, you know, in my home, doing my home things. So that's the current plan, is that I'm currently working towards, is pushing them back so far that I don't see zombies while I'm in my little area. But I have slept in one of the big houses already once. When I woke up, or before I went to bed, the zombies were already trying to climb up the stairs and come greet me. So even though I did still sleep there, which I did, I slept there, I wasn't feeling like it was a good idea at the time, and I probably shouldn't have slept there. But shouldn't have and didn't are two separate things. So that's cool. It's very dark. Yeah, it is. And it's about to be dawn, so hopefully we'll get some dawn here in a second. And that'll make it brighter. I'm looking for some food. I cannot wait for winter to be over. Mostly just because of quantities of food. The food pool widens immensely when it's not winter. Excuse? Go away. I'm looking for food. Rude behavior while I'm looking for food. that early morning hangriness. Grapefruit breakfast. How healthy. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Anybody else like grapefruit for breakfast? I think grapefruit are a great breakfast. Well, not the only thing, obviously. I'm really looking forward to making breakfast for Emma. It's lame as that sounds. Not like we'll have little breakfasts. Sometimes we'll have porridge. Sometimes we'll have like a full English. And it'll be nice. Depends,
You're
right?
amazing.
Oh, funnies. Thank you for the follows, by the way. You would have grapefruit, but it would interfere with one of your meds. Well, that's unfortunate. Maybe one day you'll be able to have grapefruit and it doesn't do that. I was wondering why I didn't have the extra space to put the... It's because I forgot. Okay, yeah, there we go. We're good. You can have crunchy peanut butter instead. That's fair. Crunchy peanut butter is not terribly the worst kind in my book. I don't mind crunchy, I don't mind smooth. They're both okay. There are very, very few things I dislike, though. So, it's like, can count on one hand the things I dislike. None of them are breakfast related. Well, actually, one of them is. Only one. But it's fine. Tis just me being odd, though. When was the last time I had peanut butter? Probably a few months ago. I'm a big fan of really lots of peanut butter and jelly on peanut butter and jelly. Like, if I'm gonna have a PB&J, I want it to be like mostly peanut butter and jelly, not as much bread. Yeah, I haven't had PB&J in a long time. I had mac and cheese a little while ago. Mac and cheese is pretty good. Sometimes. Let's go see how many zombies are left on that watch bag. Not many, thankfully. I'm not connecting with my graphics at all. Hey Peter, how are you doing? Are you having a good day? How goes the run? And how am I enjoying it? I am enjoying it fairly well. It has been going good. How goes your stoof? Are you having a good time? The great Mr. Ponders. Yeah, I've been very much enjoying the run so far. I like Rat Race. It's been fun. And continues to be fun. I'm making progress towards the gated community, and hopefully we'll get these zombies to be pushed back enough that I feel a little bit more comfortable. Back off. You're thinking about this giving the challenge a try? Oh, that sounds awesome. What are the chances of the that alarm clock going off right near me? Very high because I put it there. So there's a backpack that's there that has 48 watches and they go off every 30 minutes. I actually have 3 of those backpacks set up around the area and they're set to do that on purpose. So very high chance actually in this one case. See? So there's one over here too. See? Right here. So it'll go off here in shortly. They go off every 30 minutes. And because an alarm's set to go off up to 30 minutes, so long as it's rendered in, it will continue indefinitely making noise. So long as the bag itself is rendered in. I did it on purpose. Thus allowing me to control pinpoint hearing zombies with precision. It works on sprinters too. I've never set up a watch bag in sprinters though. I've never made it that far. I got close though, one time. How long is the distance? It's probably the same as 41. It's 7 to 8 tiles, and for pinpoint hearing, it would be 21 to 24 tile distance. So it's not too terrible. It's about the same as the player attack, but because it's continuous, I can kind of like attack here for a little while, then leave, and any zombies that are within the area while I'm around here will stay there, kind of. Not forever, though. Especially because the migration is set so high. Like, they migrate every hour. So if this isn't rendered in, then they'll spread out. But thankfully, it's in a sort of area that's awkward for them to spread out. But luck with you when you do start the challenge. It's really fun. I think the most fun part is really getting past that early game sort of start section. And then even now it still kind of feels like an early game of a time 16. Doesn't feel like I've hit that point where I'm too strong yet. Like, I feel like I'm fairly good, but not quite there yet, right? Not like destroying entire communities, although this little corpse river here may look otherwise. It's not quite. Like, this took me almost an in-game month to do, right? So, as opposed to in build 41, where you would be able to do something similar in under 2 in-game weeks. So it ends up being like, there's certain aspects that are harder and certain aspects that are easier, but it depends on the balance, I guess. Character definitely levels slower, that's for certain. But then again, it is 0.8 XP, so it could be a little bit of that as well. We just crested another 1,000 kills, which is not too bad, by the way. Because we were at 4,700, I think, at the beginning of stream today. Something like that. So, that's good. We're making progress. If I can keep up at least, 1,000 kills a stream, it's not too bad. How's it going? It's going pretty good. We're making progress. Steady but true. we're slowly starting to come around the bend. Haven't seen any more reanimators though today. Hopefully your round's going good. Go over here. I'm backing off completely. At least to here. Hey, Pistol Shrimp! Well, thank you. Do very much appreciate. Hopefully you're having a good day. My day's been pretty good. I'm having a nice sort of chill time, slowly pushing back the gated community in Riverside. You're about to turn in? It sounds nice. You're excited about pushing into Phallus? Phallus is going to take a little doing, but you'll get there. Expect it to take anywhere between 10 to 20,000. Something like that. But you'll get there. It's one of those things that's, it's worth it. And then you can get your loot on for a bit. And then from there, it's up to you to decide which... Phallus is one of the best staging areas in the game. The reason it is because it's smack dab in the middle of everything. You can go anywhere you want. There is no major limitations because of where it's located. It is right there, you know? So it's like, if you want, you can go for Rosewood. If you want, you can go for Muldraw. West Point's just right here. Riverside's right there. It's like, it's perfect staging for any of the primary areas. And then from there, you can be like, okay, well now, then once you've decided which one you want to lean towards, let's say you wanted to go for Muldraw. Well, okay, so then you could start leaning yourself towards where Muldraw is over here and start prepping to kill Muldraw any which way you would prefer. For my preference, I would probably assault Muldraw from... because I've tried it from the center, and the center can be kind of a little bit much to take care of. Going from the north section downwards through Dixie is not a bad option either, though. Like, so going like this and then down. But yeah. You're thinking Muldraw? It's the place that you have the least experience? Understandable. And thanks for the wellness, by the way. I do appreciate it. I am out of tea, so I gotta get myself some more. But, you've been to Muldraw like 2 times? Well, they've really changed it. It's different than it used to be. And for the better. Like it is way better. At least in my opinion. In terms of starts, though, I did mark each of the starts with a star, based on what I feel like the difficulty of starting Rat Race in each one is. And Muldra is a 5-star, because just the choice of its spawns and difficulty overall is tough. No worries. Noise trap mod for authentic noise distance in build 41. Okay, I got you. I don't know if one of those would be allowed in this particular challenge, but those are kind of cool. And they seem interesting. I never got to use stuff like that when I played Build 41, because I never delved too deeply into mods. Like, I played mods a little, like, and Z-Bay was my most modded run that I'd ever had, but I never really went deep in the mods. Yeah, Country Club. Yeah, we'll get there eventually. I forgot what I was doing. I gotta go back. It's such a interesting style, though. Except for the vehicle animations. I can understand that. So, like, having the ability to see when your vehicle opens and closes. At least they added in a feature where when you have a vehicle door open, it, like, makes a noise now. And is really annoying. It's like, bing, bing, bing. It's like, please close the door. Why did I leave that door open? You like Authentic Z is the one that gives you balloons. Balloons are cool. Yeah. Authentic Z has got some other stuff though in the lootables that makes it a lot more. I can see why it wasn't added, because it adds quite a lot of lootables and those lootables can become cumbersome. And that's outside of things like the Kill Bill zombies and stuff like that, right? Which I'm sure could be toned down one way or another. But it is a good pack for sure. Enjoy your sleep, Pistol Shrimp. Oops. Yeah. Don't let the Zed bug bites. Zed bugs? Zed bugs. I can't imagine Nox virus bugs. Ah, no, no, no Nox virus bugs. Not allowed. They're not allowed to contract the Nox virus. They don't need little zombie bugs. Oh, thank you. I do very much appreciate it. It was a surprise. it wasn't a surprise that I was trying, like that I pushed the button and was attempting to get partner. That wasn't the surprise. The surprise was how they said it, they how they dropped it on me, kind of thing. And I wouldn't have wanted it dropped on me any other way. They did a good job in my opinion, because they had managed to catch me in a moment where I was annoyed, and then on top of that, I was doubly annoyed and partly annoyed by the actual notification of receiving it. Like, it was really funny. I was annoyed with my neighbors prior to, because I was like, because they were being noisy, and it, to the point where I actually had to go over and say something and be like, hey, can you guys not be so noisy? Because it's loud. And then so I come back to stream, right? And there was a notification on the dashboard. I was like, that's annoying. I don't like that. So it's like, you need to renew your agreement. I was like, okay, that's strange, but all right. So I read through the contract stuff, and I'm like, yeah, so I've already agreed to this. And then I hit the accept, and all of my affiliate stuff flipped to partner immediately. And I was confused. Very, very confused, and then blown away and excited and a bunch of other stuff all at once. But it was a bit of a coaster, a little roller coaster that I got to go on. And I can appreciate Twitch for that. Okay, let's go back this way. They're gonna be loud though. They run a doggy daycare. It's one of those things where I understand the dogs, they need to run around and stuff. I get it. But they got a particularly rowdy bunch, like a couple of them that are new, and they needed to learn to not be that way, because it's too much. They've been better lately, like last while. But I don't like to talk to folks like that normally. I'm not really keen if I can avoid the confrontation. But if I have to, I will take up the confrontation. You know, it's better to be honest, anyways. Because that way, then folks, you don't say anything, folks don't know, right? That's the thing, is that if you say leave it and say nothing, folks are just gonna keep on with going through their day, right? So you gotta make sure that whatever it is that's bugging you is known. But yeah, it was a huge positive. Yeah. Well, they're good at training the dogs, from what I understand. And I'm understanding, like, I get it. I understand. It's just one of those things. Life being life. Oop, no, other side. Perfect. Am I after something specific? Yes, I was. I was after food. I needed to refresh my food, because I had lemons that were in my bag, but they were lemons that have been there for a single day, and we're playing on slightly worse settings for food spoilage, so the food will spoil very quickly. So I don't want to take any chances with it if I can avoid it. There's some, like some things that last for a little bit longer, but generally speaking, I don't want to push it. So I'm trying to keep relatively fresh food. And if I keep my stuff cycled, then it should be fine. And once my plan after, like my current plan is clear the Riverside, like the Riverside gated community, and then I want to push all the way to the gas station. If I can get the gas station under control, then yeah, but the outdoor temperature doesn't affect the food spoilage at all. Could you imagine if the temperature of your inventory matched the temperature that was here, like outside? My whole inventory would be blue. But yeah, we'll be very, very quickly through the gated community, I hope. And then we'll be able to push forward to the next section. And so on and so forth until eventually we've cleared all of Riverside. The Riverside gated community does have a lot of things to offer me though, so hopefully I'll find a few generators. That's kind of the soft hope. We'll find some literature. I don't care about a gen mag so much as I care about finding literature. I want like actual skill books. And then from there, we can start preparing our character for the next stage, which will be taking over the church and then setting the church up as an outpost. And then I'll have completed one outpost so far out of the 12 churches that we need to rescue. So there's 12 outposts that you need to create around the map that are all churches, and then there is one that you need to liberate, which is the military area in the woods. That one goes all the way down and into the ground by quite a considerable depth, so it's a little bit scary. I'm sure I've seen it pass as it looks. 9. I store food outside in winter all the time. Yeah. Winter is one of those special months where you can kind of, it's like having an extra big freezer. Of course, it doesn't last forever, though. Big freezer's called Alaska, indeed. It stores a lot of things, like buildings and people, and other such frozen goods. It never seems to get full. Get some water here in a second. You can't pick up all of Alaska and carry it around with you, though. That doesn't work, I don't think. You'd need some kind of like really, really big crane in order to do that. It's like a spaceship and a crane. Ooh, a jar of leeks. Taking those over, man. Other things are here. Pack of beer. Box of wine. A Christmas wreath. We wish you a Merry Christmas. That's cool. No. Okay, we're pulling a group, I guess. So. There we go. Ooh, almost 6K. Yeah, we're getting there. How are the skills? My skills are okay. There's still a long ways of improvement. But eventually my plan is to, once we get books, it'll be a lot easier to level stuff. The first two levels I couldn't care, like I couldn't care about leveling them normally, like, you know, but when it gets past like level 4 is when it starts to get really annoying to level a skill without having at least some kind of modifier. Carving is like the only exception, but that's because carving is so easy comparatively to everything else. But and I wouldn't want it to be a little bit more difficult because but eventually we get to that stage where we have most things leveled. There's a handful of things that I'm a little bit concerned about, though. That's going to take sort of a quantitative amount. I've never leveled, for example, glass blowing. I never managed to get to that stage. By the time they released the tool that I can use to level glass blowing, my character had already died, so I didn't get the opportunity. I had managed to do a lot of other stuff though. I took metalworking or blacksmithing all the way to level 9/10, and I've done a lot of the other stuff that's like a lot of the other crafting. So I'm not too worried about that stuff. Enjoy your work. Have fun. Have fun, Peter. Things are good. Family time is important time. Back off. Here, that's another section. It is tempting to go and sleep in there again. Stop fast forwarding around 22 or 2300. Okay. Now we just let my panic come back down because we're not actually scared. What's happening is claustrophobia has a bug at the moment where it'll panic you indoors if you fast forward indoors, which is interesting. See, that includes when we go to sleep. Twice now we slept in the gated community. Let's go this way and we'll go up and around. You like this background music? Me too. I think you're having a good day. That makes me feel good so far. It's hard to hear me over the sounds. Well, it's partly because I'm not well, right? But so like, I mean, I can turn the game sounds down a bit more. What was it? Alright. Let's see. Let's drop it down to 10. Sure. Yeah, I've been not well, that's why. And I didn't want to turn it down too much, but if it's like that bad, then I can always knock it down by a lot. It was at what, 0.6, so I knocked it down by about 4 decibels. Yeah. That should be enough for now. Okay. I just am concerned when I'm back in full, like in full energy and all of that, that I'm gonna be too noisy. But we'll see. The race is going well. We're managing to make progress. I'm managing to get a little bit more done today, which is good. We started out, I think, at around 4,700 or something like that. And we've made we're at like 1.1k kills today so far. Not too bad. As I push towards trying to get the gated community under control so that we can then move in. But it has not been the easiest thing to do. Especially given the fog and the weight thing, and like it's just lots of balancing. How many hours have I put into the race so far? Well, you can see how many streams I've put into the race. Generally speaking, I stream anywhere between 5 and 7, sometimes more hours. So if we average that, let's say that we do about 6 hours a stream minimum, right? And I've done 9. There's at least 63 hours minimum in this rat race so far. Minimum. Now, obviously, it's probably more than that, because generally, I sometimes will stream longer. It just depends. So that would be the minimum, is what I would average in ballpark around, is so. But could be more, probably. More than likely, actually. It's fair amount. I like playing stuff like this, and the fact that we're doing like a community thing around it is awesome. Everybody's playing on the same settings, and everybody has their own like little approach that they're taking, right? Yep, and I'm looking forward to hearing and seeing some of the new runs that I've seen. That folks have are just starting. There's still folks joining into the rat race as well. Yeah, exactly. Folks like Wick. Mr. Ponders is going to join in too, I've heard. So that's going to be kind of cool. There's a lot of really, really skilled zomboiders going to be participating. And if you wanted my honest opinion, I don't think that beating the rat race is going to happen. It might be possible, but I don't think so. It's more about the fun of participating and having a good time with it than to actually win and or beat it, because beating it, it's 3 impossibly difficult challenges on a stable build, and that's assuming that we don't have any issues which might cause our games to restart, right? Alone 100k or a million. The most I've ever gotten is 243,917. But that was my personal best, and I haven't broken 100k since then. It's been a long time since I broke 100k. Generally speaking, my average run goes for about 40k. 40 to 50k. And then usually I perish in one way or another. Or the runs reset. Depending. Like, for example, Z-Bay, I wouldn't count Z-Bay, because I spent a large portion of my time repairing things in Z-Bay. So... it's been even longer since I broke 100k. Yeah, it's one of those things, right? Because I broke 100k in August of 2024, I think, if I remember correctly. Or it was either August or July. Because I remember I just had a birthday, and we celebrated that. And I still had my PB run several days after my birthday. So it would have been August. Start of August. Which was unfortunate. But it was at the same time, I was at peace with it at the time. Still am. I still have that run as a sentimental trophy. Yeah, I'm getting there. Kills are only one part of the challenge though, so as much as it is one of those things where it's a way that we're kind of gauging things for now, I'm bearing in mind that there are a lot of other things that are part of this challenge. Like that we're going to need to level up our skills, and that there's a lot of other stuff that's going to be required of us. I agree, the outposts are going to be tough. That said, though, they'll be fairly simple once you get your ball rolling, kind of thing. Like now, for instance, once we get to that stage where we can consistently just do a lot of stuff, it'll be... yeah, it's definitely doable, but at the same time, it's tough. I am happy though with our progress today because we are making a sizable portion of progress. What would you suggest for a spawn location? I actually rated the spawns already. Like, do you want to see my ratings? What I rated the spawns and how difficult I feel they are based on my own classifications? Sure. Just give me one sec. Let me, arms come back down and then. All right. So if you're going to do Rat Race or specifically Time 16, I've rated each of the cities that you spawn in because it's interesting to me based on the different locations and their heat maps. Now this is current, so if you load in the future and it's absolutely terrible, it might be because the asterisks of this is an unstable branch and spawns may change in their aggressiveness. Well, so that's tippant at the end, of course. But we'll start with West Point because West Point is a popular go. And actually, West Point, in my opinion, is the easiest of all of the towns to spawn in. Very frequently, West Point will put you on the edges, and the heat map has been tightened up to the core, so a lot of the edge areas are not as busy as they used to be. So you could actually just kind of go up and out and then leave West Point. And then you can go along the roads and just kind of stay away from West Point. That said, though, West Point does have its bad spawns in like some of the commercial district. That's where I spawned. I still managed to get out, and once you get out, it like I said, it's very easy to get out from there. Also, fun fact about West Point is it's one of those areas that has a chance to get you get you camping gear a lot of the time. So on your way out, keep an eye out for those tents, because you can snag yourself a tent, you can snag yourself a sleeping bag, you can increase your sleep right off the bat without even really. All you have to do is go scoop up a tent real quick and then run. That said, though, I feel like West Point is the easiest. From there, you can kind of choose where you want to go. I stayed at this beach, and this is where I left Van's ID and his badge. But so I stayed here until the helicopter was about to happen, and then the day that it was supposed to happen, or I thought was supposed to happen, because my helicopter showed up late. I left and tried to I went down this area, and I was like gonna have the helicopter elsewhere, right? Didn't happen. What ended up happening for me is I ended up having the helicopter over by the West Point Mansions on the other side. So I know this area is busy and messed up now, so it is what it is. I ditched that and then I lived along the beach for a while. But saying that, yeah, so I feel like West Point's the easiest. Moving from there, the second easiest town is Rosewood. I feel like Rosewood is a lot easier because once again, it spawns you very frequently in this house here or out on the edges, to which then you can actually take the fun route that Twist and Shivas both took, which would be to gradually get yourself out of town, and then you would end up wanting to come down to this area. Down here, there's a lot less zombies in this section down here, so you can kind of live down here for a while, especially if you get twine and there's some buildings that you can kind of start working your way towards. Remember in a Time 16 playthrough on Build 42 where I lived here for a little while until I eventually pushed my way into this area. This area is cool because it's a guaranteed camping stuff. There's tents, there's sleeping bags. You feel free to dip in, grab some stuff, and then you're set up for your camping living over here. That's one of the reasons why I feel Rosewood is really strong, is because it's not as busy as the other towns, and you'll find most of the time you can get out, even if you get one of the worst spawns, which would be like, I guess, one of these houses. All right, so from there, number 3 is Echo Creek, which is not a huge surprise. Echo Creek's got a very good spawn in the first trailer. If you go into here, then you can actually get out of there very easily. This area is very low pop to start, and if you happen to spawn in one of these southern houses, you'll be okay. Like there's not as many zombies there, and you get to then eventually make your way to yonder cabin that everybody decides to go to because it's a low pop area and it's smart. That is why. So Echo Creek is one of the ones that's very, it's a very good spawn. But I still think that it's a 3-star because if you have your helicopter in a bad way, in the wrong spot, Echo Creek can become very volatile. And I'd be very concerned, especially because well, it's right off of Irvington, right? And then from this angle, anyways. So there's a lot of zombies to kill, and it's a lot that folks can deal with. But it does come with the added benefit of the animals are nearby. There's a lot of animals in this area. Even on these settings where animals are less, you will find animals. It'll be possible. Okay, now moving from there, we go to the 4-star, which would be 4-star is Riverside spawn. Riverside can be kind of, it's still tough. It's because the distribution of the zombies is in such a swath that if you have your helicopter in any bad spot over here, you're gonna be closed in, and it's just gonna get you killed. That said, though, Riverside is one of the easier ones to kind of path out of. You can kind of go down to this similar area where West Point is, right? And you could start making a stage for Palace, or you could actually go back towards Riverside in a similar way that we're doing now. I still feel like Riverside is kind of was one of the harder spawns, especially if you spawn in one of the death trailers. There are some trailers here that you can spawn in that you will survive. But there are quite a few trailers here that if you spawn in them, it's just death. Yeah, they can be good, but it's tough. As for spawning in some of the ones up here, I mean, it's gonna be busy in some parts, but not in others. So you just make your choice, take your break, and then off you go, kind of deal, right? And finally, we have the last spawn choice, which will be Muldraugh. Muldraugh is a 5-star rating just because it's in my book, because a lot of the spawns are just not necessarily the best when it comes to giving you direction of where you should go. And then it's either that or they just straight up kill you. There is a spawn in one of the gated community houses that when you spawn in, your frames are going to drop down to single digits and your computer's going to cry. And then if you happen to luck out and open the back door and the gate is unlocked, you may be able to slip out the back, and or you could maybe run forward and slip around the front. It's so unlikely, and you're given such little time. It's one of the tougher ones. I feel like Muldraugh can be doable. It's just you kind of have to hope you get one of the northern spawns or one of the far southern spawns in order to kind of make it work. And then as for the rest of them, they're tough. But yeah. So those are my ratings. West Point, Rosewood, Echo Creek, Riverside, Muldraugh, in order. Of course, that's spawns. Once you're done with spawning, then the game changes and shifts, and then now it becomes a matter of which area is the best for you to stage and take over, so that you can have the most loot that you can get, so that you can then proceed to the next objectives, right? So and you'll get there eventually, kind of thing. Just takes time, that's all. Food and weapons, yeah. Well, calories specifically. Controlling one's calories is important. But yeah, that's standard for all Time 16 games, is kind of figuring out how to survive. And then once you've got survival down, it becomes a lot easier. How are you combating unhappiness? Right now, I don't need to combat it. It just passively is I'm no longer unhappy. But I used to be unhappy in the initial, because pain, right? My character was always all the time in pain and sad, and to combat that, you need to get through the early game woes. That is genuinely a thing that exists in Zomboid, is the early game woes. So it's usually caused by your character being in a lot of pain. Once you get your fitness and your strength up a little bit, and you're eating you're eating better food, then your character will stop being so sad, and then you can kind of make it through. I recommend washing yourself sometimes, because washing your character, not your clothes, but your character, will get you a little bit of happiness. And keep an eye out for things like antidepressants. I haven't taken any of these pills yet, but I found these in a bathroom just recently. But I don't think I'm gonna need to take any for quite some time, because we're managing to hold it together. Yeah, when you hit your weight going up, that's gonna be helpful. And like you're holding. You've been fishing? Oh, nice. Yeah, fishing is good. So are cows and butter, and so are rabbits. You need to get your calories in order, and whichever is the best. You caught another 300 monster? I'm taking it you mean 45 encumbrance, minus 300, or minus 340. In terms of total hunger, but the hunger value isn't what matters. Yeah. It's the calories that you need. Just make sure that you're eating it best you can. But there is a calorie cap, so bear that in mind as well. Plus you have to balance out the fact that it's going to go bad. The 5K? Yeah, it's 3,700 or something like that is the calorie cap. 37 in the positive, 22 in the negative. And you want to try your best to keep it in the positive as long as you can. What's this? Everyday smithing. I already have that though. You can't fire any of your clay stuff? You'll find a lighter eventually. Or matches. Just keep looking in dead bodies. That or look in glove boxes. If you happen to find some broken down vehicles, those glove boxes are really, really clutch. Yeah, Aaron is doing is also doing the rat race. There's a lot of folks that are doing the rat race that are in chat. So long as they're making sure to put the rat race tag in there in as best they can, right? So that way we can find you. We get to see your perspective. You burned your foot being dumb. What does that mean? Did you walk on your fire? Ah, you stood too close. See, I always use walk too. I don't like to stand like anywhere that's not in the middle of the tile that's next to it. If I feel like I'm standing a little bit too close, I get nervous. I watched too many people die to that fire in the camp in the blood drive server. That fire was ready to level up. That I'm pretty sure. It was gonna grow arms and legs, and it was gonna turn into one of those bosses from Dark Souls. The amount of players it took down. It was a scary fire. We didn't even need it. That's the worst part. We didn't need that fire. What is the rat race? It is a challenge created by Mr. Lamprey that has a bunch of goals that we have to achieve as streamers. So like and try our best. They're impossible tasks, like slay 1,000,000 zombies or make and make a perfect character and capture 12 outposts around the map that are all in different locations and liberate one that is like what's it called? A military compound. That was a scary fire indeed. Hyper's chaining an army of zomboiders. I mean, kinda, yeah. It's not wrong. Everybody will be able to easy win PZ. This is how you die of old age. Yeah, it's pretty tough. You're hoping to catch one of each of the bunnies? Well, I hope that you do manage it. When I was catching and via trapping, I did succeed at catching several different genders of bunnies, so I can say that that is possible. So long as you are actually capturing rabbits. Um, but it's one of those things where some of the forage zones are not working right for trapping. Beware of that. And if it doesn't seem like it's working, try like you've only been able to bait with things and you haven't caught anything. Okay, so try um, moving it to old zones. What I mean by that is there is a zone that says so like don't look for these ones like managed forest or any of those ones. You're gonna look for old zones. A good example would be on the shoreline, like over here. There is a forest like zone, like on this shoreline here. It's an old zone. Um, I'm not sure if you're on close to a shoreline of some kind, but check and see if it's an old zone, like a forest or a deep forest, those kinds of things. Because some of the new forage stuff doesn't work with trapping. Well, that's what I've been told. Yeah, just as like one of the old zones, not one of these new zones, because apparently there may be some problems with the new zones and trapping. What about multi-zones? Multi-zones aren't actually what they seem. Multi-zones is actually your characters is in their forage radius is actually over multiple zones. So they aren't actually multi-zones. Okay, what's happening is, like I just said, your character is standing on a zone, is standing on multiple zones. It's less than, yeah. There is no multi-zone. At least as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong, remember. These are new things, so I could be completely like making like false claim here. But from what I understand, that's what I know. So like some things will say like that there are two things, but really like this one, primary forest. But really what's happening is this is primary forest and this over here is managed forest, and I happen to be standing in between them. And the forage radius is dependent on your foraging level. But usually it's fair sized. But yeah, I don't know if it works in birch forest. I don't know. I know that the bait you're using, by the sound of it, it should work. Potatoes should work for capturing rabbits. So if you're having an issue, it's probably one of two things. One, you're not far enough away. You need to be you need to be outside player render distance, which apparently is currently like 80 tiles. It used to be 100. The player distance used to be 100 tiles, which means that you need to be away from the traps completely. And then the other thing is that you need to, yeah, during 2100 to 5 a.m., you need to be away from the traps completely. Because those are the trapping hours. Trapping hours are the opposite of fishing hours, kind of. 2100 to 5 a.m. And then at 6 a.m. you go check your traps. Or you could do it a little earlier, but I like to check it during dawn, which is 6 a.m. Because it's light, and I like light. But yeah, if you're having problems, then yeah. And audio range is like 860. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's times 10 vehicle loudness, remember? I seen how bad the cars can be. Because I watched Lamprey driving around in a, like, during the tests, driving around in a brand new sports car. So I know kind of how bad the vehicles will be, and I look forward to it. No worries. I figured out trapping. Trapping is one of my favorite ways to get food. So I it's one of those things where I learned very quickly of how to make it work. Because I like it. Trapping is something you can do anywhere. Fishing is something that you kind of have to do with water nearby. But you can bring traps with you and kind of do it anywhere. But like I said before, the new foraging system has made it more difficult, as I don't think that they've set them up properly to be able to do trapping in those zones yet, which is bad because that's a food system, and food systems need to be operational in order to keep the player character from starving to death, because that is bad. It's just like Dogbane Twine and why that also can't be a rare resource. It can't be a rare resource because it affects fishing, which directly affects calories and thus can cause a player to starve to death. So it ends up being like, I mean, these are things that are important. You can't; those systems can't be gated. They can't. Otherwise, like, they can be difficult, but they can't be gated. Because if they do, then you're gonna have players just dropping dead from bad luck, which is not good. That's Nobody wants to die of bad luck. You want to die because you got bit, right? I mean, maybe not. Obviously not. But I mean, would you much rather die getting bit or clawing at the ground looking for dogbane? Like, you know? I think we'd rather go in the combat glaze of glory, kinda, right? Yeah, see what Rhett says. Rhett confirms what I know. You gotta use the old zones to collect your rabbits if you're gonna capture them that way. Does when you get higher level skills of trapping, it just makes for bigger bunnies. I don't know what it does for the current though, because they've changed the way that trapping works. So it's just I don't know. I don't know what it does now. I just know you can capture bunnies. I don't, and they're alive, so I have no idea with build 42 what they do, because they've changed it now. Before it used to be where when you got high level trapping, you would capture a bunny that would weigh 4 and feed you 118. You would, like, it weighs 4, but it'll feed you for 2 days, like, and it was sizable amounts of calories. It's like gigantic rabbit. You compare that to a fish that feeds you for 104, an old school build 41 pike. That fish weighs 22, at least 22. So it's super duper heavy, right? Can't carry that around with you, but you can carry the rabbit in your pocket. Sorry. Modified the grading. I have no idea how to interpret any of that, but it seems like he's now weighing things a little bit. So like the zombie kills are worth a like. I didn't upload it though. It is okay, right? You know they're gonna fix it eventually. Maybe they're gonna revamp the entire trapping system. I would expect they should, because the trapping system is kind of it's outdated now, especially because it doesn't interact at all with any of the physical like rabbits at all. I tried to make it interact with those bunnies, but it did not. I was like back when Build 42 was kind of. I was excited because I thought they would. I'd actually see the bunny walk towards it and get stuck and then actually get caught. No, that's not how it works. Yeah, I agree. I hope it works near the player as well. I'd also love the tracking system to actually work and cause like your character to gain like stealth for animals properly, as opposed to it just not doing anything at all and the animals running off into the distance and ignoring you. Like, or ignoring the fact that you're crouched or anything. Yeah, it used to be 100. Um, but from what I've been told, there's some folks that said it's player loaded area and now is less. It's like 80. Still has never ever been 75, and I don't know why the wiki has ever said that. There we go. Yeah, no, I agree. They have to fix visual stealth. There's still a lot that needs to go into that stuff. And who knows, maybe at some point in the future we'll actually be able to do stealth, like real stealth. I would love to be a stealth archer in Zomboid. It would be so fun. I've played a way like I've played like that before, kind of, right? Because in Z-Bay I did have archery. Because I had the bow and arrow mod. And although that mod wasn't quite perfect, it was still pretty fun, and I enjoyed it. Thank you for my frog hat back. Wait, it went from 190 to 152. So is it still 100, Rat? Because it used to be 100, like flat. I remember that being a thing. Because I did the measuring out once, like, and was having problems with it until I got to 100. But that was in build 41. I had somebody who said that it's less now, but I've not confirmed. I don't know. And I could be off by 5, yeah, okay. So it'd be half of that to 152, so it would be half of 152? So it would be like 70. $75-ish. So it actually would be accurate now. That's hilarious. Is 75, is it the cell border? Is it the right place? No, it's based on the player area. Not the cell borders had nothing to do with it. It was all based on the player area. And you had to be out of the rendered area. I think. I'm pretty sure. Am I crazy? I'm pretty sure that's how it was. I can't be crazy. There's no way. You can land pre-testing if you need it. What, in build 41? Because I tested it as well. And I was struggling up to the point where I got what I thought was 100, which I guess might have been 95. But I knew 75 wasn't enough. It doesn't matter anyways, because build 41's done, right? So that information is kind of moot at this point. The big thing is, though, that we can't really trap properly right now. Let's run back. It might not need to be perfectly to the edge. You can tell us how to catch bunnies? Is it lead them to a fence and then just grab them? Because that's kind of what I've been doing. You meant with trapping? I think old zones, but I don't know for sure. So you can feel free to correct my info. The old zones, like, for example, the forest zone, that it still exists. Stuff like that. But I wouldn't mind my info being corrected. Yeah, so over like these zones here. Like all of these zones by the edge here all count as forest zones. Just regular forest. There's nothing like if you go closer to the others, like it's spread to the like if you move to like here, it'll say it's a mixed zone, but like I mentioned before, there are no mixed zones. At least as far as I know. Like, a mixed zone is you standing on several zones. Your character is foraging in more than one zone. They're not actually mixed. See how this one's an urban road and a primary? The urban area is over here, the road's over there. So if I were to lean heavily into one area, eventually, see, primary, forest, and road. At least I think that that's how that works. It makes sense in my brain that way. Best of luck to you. Hopefully your racing goes good later. My plan right now is... Oh, I need to kill one zombie. Just one. Excuse me, zombie. Just one, so that I can have an in-game rest here. And recoup my stamina. There we go. I couldn't just leave it. Like, come on. You hope I take a screenshot at 666? Nah, I probably won't. It's over 6,000. 6,000? That can't possibly be correct. Before we continue, let's pause for one moment. Yeah. Okay. A little combat tag? Lag? Lag. Probably. Whenever I freeze, it's because I'm alt tabbing and I wanted to look at something. I just wanted to make sure that Emma wasn't messaging me. Because I'm going to watch a movie with Emma later. Yesterday we watched Black Widow, which was pretty good. And then we were going to do Pirate Yakuza, but then I got too tired and ended up falling asleep. Which we're reaching closer to the end of the game for that one, I think. And I'm looking forward to seeing how that progresses. Okay. Hello. Long time no see. It's been going pretty good. We're doing the rat race and we're having a good time. It's been pretty solid so far. Got some new add-ons? A few, I would seem. Less so add-ons, more so actual, like, upgrades. I'm actually able to use my arms. Yeah. The game is functioning weird, so I'm gonna need to restart it. You can actually see it's starting to really get bad. I think we'll go and we will get our character. Arrested. I think I'm gonna run inside. Or I could make my way over. Do I want? No. I think I can do one more day. Is this one for muscle strain? No, this one's for like, well, it's a little bit for muscle strain, but it's also for like injuries and stuff. It's just the health menu. It's a mini health like thing so that I could stop having to put this in the bottom right-hand corner over and over again. It's more so just like that. So it's like a UI thing. Yeah, it takes up less space and I appreciate that. This like the only new mod that I'm really using is this one. Oh, and I guess I'm using a one for the rested thing that I wasn't using before. But that one's it. A lot of these are all mods that are approved by the rat race. So Rat race approved. Here we are. Yeah, the rat race. The rat race was what we're up to. There you go. You can look at the settings if you want, and mods. And my character's traits at the beginning. There you go. Those are all the links. Essentially, it's a challenge that Mr. Lamprey created, where we are going for 3 impossible challenges. And it's pretty fun. It's been pretty good. Let's go get food. But yeah, there's a race that's going on in the PZ community. Anybody who's playing with the rat race tag is using these settings and playing with some. They might use all of the mods. They might use none of the mods. It depends. You can use the ones that are approved. So, for example, I'm not using proximity inventory, but that's only because proximity inventory distracts me. It's it clutters the screen too much for me, and I don't like it. So, but that's a personal thing, right? There's some folks that aren't using the mini health tab, for example, because, well, I mean, they feel the same thing, that it's excess and that they don't need it. Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I like it, though. I think it's nice. Because I was keeping this open before anyways, and like I said, this is cluttery. It's too much. And then the fact that this window doesn't stay the same size, it constantly is growing and shrinking and growing and shrinking because it fills up with muscle strain in here, as opposed to this, which is just one size at all times, and it's locked. I don't have to worry about moving it. So it ends up being just a nice quality of life UI upgrade that is telling me things I already know. Not exactly a bonus in that way, but no, it shows that. Yeah, it shows everything in the health menu. So if I get scratched or something, it shows up on here too. And I can interact with this too, which means I can right click and I can put bandages on, but it's not that big a deal. You can do that in the inventory too. If I right click a bandage in my backpack, I can do the same thing. Also, something else that's notable is you can do it with this as well. If you like click and drag onto here, you can actually apply it. You can see me attempting to apply that there, right? Obviously, I don't need to because I'm not injured, but it works the same. It's always worked like that, though. Yeah. I need to restart my game. Just gonna restart it now. Restart it from desktop, just to be safe. Okay. You see, Spiffo? That's not a good sign usually. Usually. At least for my stuff. The Spiffo is one of my desktops. But in this case, it's fine, because I restarted. You don't like mods, but that one for Stealth should be in the game? I mean, I feel like it's a good UI improvement in general, just because of how it smooths that area out. I feel like all of the UI should have lock elements though, because that would be nice. There are so many times where I accidentally grab my inventory and throw it across the screen or stretch it like real big by accident. But I would love it if I could lock it so that I can't do that. Hmm. All right, let's head back. Feel like we can get another few hundred in at the very least. Unfortunately, I'm not at that stage yet where I'm capable of doing a 20-hour stream, but eventually I'll be able to do it. Not yet, though. Not quite at full energy at the moment. It will be nice, though, when I get back to full energy. Probably be doing... Well, we're about to hit level 7 long blunt, so that'll be helpful once we hit that stage. I'm gonna start moving into spear soon, though. Get a lot of that stuff out of the way. I can finish off getting over to here as well. That would be kind of nice. Because then we can start moving our fishing gear over to this beach instead. And it's much closer than where it currently is. Okay, let's go rest. Almost look like a rock handbag. Why isn't there a rock handbag? There's already rock shells. Let us live out our random Sprinstone's life. Nice. Go, go, go. Excuse me, don't go in there. What's up? Not much. Yeah, just, playing. Hopefully we'll take over the gated community soon. Been putting a lot of pressure on it. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Right, back off. Rest. Um, Coming into this place like this was a pain, and I don't like it. I hope I put that chair in the right spot. I don't know if I did, but I tried. Another bag. Yeah, I'm just gonna bail. I just left the door open. I guess it doesn't matter because they can open doors anyways, so I would have had to lock the door. But they could just climb in through the window, so what would be the point? At least currently. Because I don't have any means of blocking any of those things off at the moment. I don't have nails. And I don't have a saw. These are things that are luxuries that I don't have. And sure, I can nap a saw, but that nap saw is not very good at all. It's not a saw. It might as well just be a large knife. I have to find an actual saw, like a real saw, in order to be able to get nails. Or find nails. That's an alternative. If I just find nails, it skips that process. Well, that's later. We've started to be able to sleep though inside the gated community a little bit more, so that's good. I like being able to sleep there. Right now we gotta go and get our weight up though. Thank you for the wellness. Do appreciate it. We're about to crest into February. One more month of winter. Okay. Get some weight gain going. Okay. No reason to take them with me at the moment. Should I? Yeah, we should. Let me see here for a moment. Okay, I need to regularity. Just get this up. It's gonna put me at a down like tomorrow. It's worth. Would have been a little early, because we're probably going to. Okay, that's it for that. Those two sets of regularity are completed. Just do push-ups and sit-ups real quick. Come on, before agony sets in. Okay, the push-ups are done. Okay, and now sit-ups. And there we go. all of my exercises are completed. Yeah, we should be able to get to 78, 79 here in a second. Don't know about 80 though. Pair of tongs, metalworking pliers. Like, I mean, the game is essentially giving me blacksmithing right now. If clay cement still doesn't work though, then that doesn't matter. That is blacksmithing in a nutshell right there. Thank you for my frog hat back. Do appreciate. Right now. I'm kind of hoping that clay cement's not broken so that we can start blacksmithing right away. If I could start making metal stuff, then that would be huge. February 1st. I don't trust it, so I'm not gonna sleep here. I'm gonna run all the way back to the barn, because it's the better choice. It's better to go with the safe option than to go with the option that I like. I mean, that it's slightly faster if I sleep here, but given the way that the zombies are right now, I don't trust it fully yet. We've managed to get a few nights there though, so, and that has helped. But there's no necessity to overdo it. I'm about to level up Nimble, that'll be huge. We've got progress. fire pump. Yeesh. Making progress though. .1 XP at a time. Yay. So far, so good. We're making some solid progress. It's tough, though, like, I mean, in terms of trying to push this. That said, though, I'm not disliking this. I think it's okay. Makes me miss short blades, though. Too much resting. And I haven't been able to get one crowbar this whole time. Any of the zombies. No crowbar. It's okay though. We're sustained without it, as much as it would be preferred. Would you look at that? We actually can see the end of the area there. It's not perfect, but we can see it. If we can keep that up, we can manage to get all the way over to seeing, maybe making a beachfront on the far side. And then I'll be able to fish there instead. Which would be preferred. I'll wait for my panic to come down. Sweet. Not bad. 97. And we're actually sleeping in the gated community, like more confidently. Okay, we'll chop up that fish tomorrow in game. But that's not a bad stopping point. Mostly because like we've made it to 6,200. That's not too bad. That's over 1,000 kills, easy, and then a little bit of change. So we're actually nearly at 2,000, but not quite, just shy. But that's all right. I'm gonna wrap it up there for the time being, and we can raid out to somebody else who's doing the rat race. Let's find somebody else who is rat racing. Let's see. There are quite a few folks, but let's double check. Tag. I haven't raided Buzz in a while. We probably should raid Buzz. That'd be a good call. I think he's BRB. Perfect time for a stealth raid. There you go. You guys can go hang out with Buzz. He's AFK right now, which is like the best time to raid someone, in my opinion. Tis my pleasure as always, everyone. You guys have yourselves a good one. Ta for now.